So this meeting is called to order at 5:05. This is the portion of the meeting designated for comments from the public about matters related to the closed session agenda. Comments are limited to 3 minutes, with a maximum of 20 minutes allocated for a particular item or topic. To address the governing board, members of the public must have submitted a completed speaker card to the clerk of the board before the closed session portion of the meeting began.
There are no comments.
Okay, thank you.
Speakers.
The board will adjourn into closed session at 5:06. Okay, the board has returned from closed session and will convene into open session at 6:05. No action was taken in closed session. The flag salute and student presentation will be led by students from William H. Frazier, Liam Roach, and Isabel Hall.
Good evening, board members, district leaders, and members of the community. My name is Liam Roach, and I am a 6th grade student at William H. Frazier Elementary School, and I'm pleased to join you this evening as a student leader to welcome Red Ribbon Week and share how we learn to make healthy choices at school.
Hello, I am Isabel Hall. I am a 3rd grade student leader at William H. Frazier. At this time, I would like to ask you all to stand, place your right hand over your heart, and join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. This evening, I am pleased to represent our school and the students as we prepare for Red Ribbon Week in our classrooms with our counselors and with our PE teachers. Schools across the United States will have activities from October 23rd to the 31st to promote a drug-free lifestyle and positive decisions among young people. The theme of Red Ribbon Week this year is Be Kind to Your Mind, Live Drug-Free. It is important to know that in Fallbrook Union Elementary Schools, we learn about healthy choices, physical fitness, and well-being all year long during our PE classes. Big shout out to our amazing PE teacher, Mrs. Bojikas. Did you know she was the teacher of the year last year?
During PE class, we challenge ourselves to set goals, get better at physical skills, and try new fun sports that we may have never tried before. In 6th grade PE, this year we have learned running skills, played handball, and enjoyed learning structured recess games like Foursquare. We learned healthy choices about staying hydrated, getting proper sleep, and safety tips like wearing a helmet when riding bikes and skateboarding.
During PE, I like to get moving and get my body active. Mrs. Bojikas gives me suggestions on how to improve my running and pacing. She reminds me to drink plenty of water and offers a lot of different activities to keep PE fun. You can find us on the blacktop, the field house, or in the NPR, which makes it fun because the activities are not always the same.
Students in FUESD will celebrate making healthy choices during Red Ribbon Week. We will have lots of fun and we will get plenty of exercise with our PE teachers. It is now my pleasure to introduce the highlight video for this evening that shows students in PE classes at William H. Frazier, students enjoying healthy foods from our cafeteria at La Paloma Elementary with the California Crunch, and students signing the Red Ribbon Week pledge.
Hi, I'm Amy Hazley, the Director for Child Nutrition Services at Fallbrook Union Elementary School District. So we're excited to participate in the California Crunch as a statewide initiative to recognize the hard work that goes into feeding local, fresh fruits and vegetables and foods to our students every day. We partner with Dickinson Family Farms in Fallbrook to get organic Gala apples to serve our students today. And Dickinson's Farms is just one of our local farming partners that we use throughout the school year to bring fresh local foods to our students. We're so excited to bring this celebration to our students at Fallbrook today and really recognize the importance of good food and nutrition on our students' health and their academic success, and supporting the local farms in our community.
My name is Brina Bojikas. I am the physical education teacher at William H. Frazier Elementary School. Today our activity is Cornhole, a fun activity that shows kids that exercise doesn't have to be about organized sports, but it can be a little bit of everything. It gives them different opportunities to relieve stress, helps them find balance. As we say with Leader and Me, it helps them sharpen the saw and just learn new skills and new activities to stay physically active. My name is Brina Bojikas, and I have the privilege of being the physical education teacher here at William H. Frazier.
Thank you so much for your attention and for allowing us to share about Red Ribbon Week and healthy choices for students. Please join us by signing the banner we have with us tonight. Join our pledge and be kind to our mind, and please join our pledge to be kind to our mind and live drug free.
Over and down. All right, that's it. Oh, let's go, friends. Yes, John, everybody's up. Especially you. All right. I'm gonna have to go walk. Thank you.
Isabel and Liam, I want to thank you both for being leaders in our community. We appreciate your presentation today, but we also appreciate your leadership every day in our school. So let's give them a round of applause. Start off with Isabel. Isabel, come on over. Congratulations. There you go. Let's take a quick photo. Well, Dad here, come on up. Say we appreciate you guys. Yeah. Take one part. Yeah. All right, ready? Thank you. And now to Liam Rose. Liam, congratulations. How about?
Yeah.
No, Dan,
Great job. Thank you very much. Let me take a picture. Sure, that would be great. My wife would get on.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. There you go. Appreciate it.
Okay, and then we're gonna do one more with all the board members and both of our wonderful students. So you be right in the middle, students. Right here, we'll all have our around you. Hold up your certificate. There we go. Perfect. Yep. We can see you guys. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Let me do that. We know it's a school night, so if our students need to sneak out and head home, do some homework and some reading, dinner.
Thanks to the PE teacher.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Good work.
And if you'd like to sit down in the front, you're welcome. We've got some open seats. You're welcome to come sit down.
Okay, so approving of the minutes. It is recommended that the governing board approve the minutes of the October 2nd, 2023 regular meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Mr. Favela? A second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Lundin. Any comments? Okay, I will be calling for a vote. And Mr. Favela?
Aye.
Ms. Lundin?
Aye.
Ms. Sebel?
Aye.
And I also vote aye, so the motion passes. Thank you. This is the portion of the meeting designated for comments from the public about matters that are on tonight's open session agenda and are not on the open session agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Should individuals wish to comment, they may do so during this portion of the meeting only. To address the governing board, members of the public must have submitted a completed speaker card to the clerk of the board before the open session portion of the meeting began. Mr. Favela, do we have any speakers?
We do. We have 2 speakers for this section here. So we will begin with Allison Madera.
Good evening. My name is Allison Madera, and I currently teach a 5th and 6th grade combo at William H. Fraser Elementary. We call ourselves the Combo Nation, and we have a class flag. It is my 9th year teaching here in Fallbrook, and I have the pleasure working at William H. Fraser Elementary, and I wanted to comment directly to the board and thank you for your continued dedication and commitment to our one-to-one Chromebook computers. We are so fortunate to have them because I know surrounding districts do not have that resource available to them. It is because of your forward thinking and ongoing integration of technology in all of our classrooms that I felt bolstered to get my master's degree in educational technology. So I'm very grateful. I also got that master's the year before COVID. So that was a win, but it wouldn't have happened if you guys didn't have the forethought and the dedication to refurbishing and updating our students' Chromebook computers, which I know is an expense, but it is a vital one. It helps better with engagement, the ease of modifying the learning process and product for all of my students. I use a flipped classroom model, which means I film all my lessons beforehand. So my 5th graders will watch me teach the lesson on their Chromes while I have my 6th graders doing a hands-on IMP lesson, and we flip back and forth. I wouldn't be able to do that without that technology. So thank you. Also, having this resource continuously being available for my entire tenure of Fallbrook has shaped my teaching career for the better. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next we have Corey Uden.
Well, good evening, board. My name is Corey Uden. I'm here on behalf of Assemblymember Marie Waldron. So side note, I see everybody with your nice red ribbons. I've got a trunk full of certificates I'm ready to start handing out to all the schools in our district. And so we'll get those out to the students and they'll be in your homes pretty soon. But tonight I'm here on behalf of Assemblymember Waldron. Each year we designate somebody from our district to represent Hispanic Heritage Month. And this year we dedicated it to 5 individuals, one of which is our own acting president here, Mary McBride. So I brought this certificate to present to her. And I hope you all will join me in honoring Mary for her commitment to our community here in Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you.
That's a good one.
As well? Oh, of course. Not just for parents.
Seth, we love photos, so I'd love for one with the whole board. That would be great, and our team.
Okay, have to do it.
I'll back up.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, mine under here.
I should do that too.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
See if I can talk without shaking.
Congratulations.
That's not cool. All right. So on behalf of the board, I am pleased to say that we have received more requests for public comment than usual, which I believe is due to the current vacancy and the anticipated provisional appointment. Due to the interest in this item, we will allocate 60 minutes for public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum, as mentioned, of 60 minutes allocated for the vacancy item. While the Brown Act allows the board to hear public comments on issues within the board's jurisdiction, it only allows the board to respond in a very limited manner, if at all. So we will
That's section 3, right?
We'll just jump onto the
Okay,
on the agenda item comments.
okay,
So I think
All
just
right.
calling the first public speaker.
okay. So we have 2 public speakers, Susan Levis, Michael, and Jennifer Mariucci, who would like to speak in general about the agenda item. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Good evening, members of the governing board, the cabinet, FUESD staff, and community members. My name is Jennifer Mariucci, and I serve as the Fallbrook Elementary Teachers Association president. I've had the pleasure of teaching here in Fallbrook for the last 22 years, and I'd like to take just a few minutes tonight to address the board regarding the vacancy that was vacated by our previous board president. The teachers of Fallbrook believe that an appointee to the board should be someone who has demonstrated a commitment to the community, but also shown the same commitment to serving all students, all children, a person with roots in our community who understand clearly the strengths and successes of public education, its challenges, and the dedication that FUESD employees have in supporting students in their educational pursuit. I really want to express our appreciation for your continued commitment to serving FUESD and making decisions with the best interest of students, families, community, and staff. So thank you for your time this evening, and thank you for the job that you do every day.
And so next we'll have Susan Levis, who is joining via Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Governing Board and Cabinet, for hearing my comment. I'm a voter in Area 4 and the parent of 2 students who recently promoted out of Fallbrook Elementary District. I was dismayed to find out that my representative quit less than a year into a 4-year term, but I'm grateful to see that there are so many applicants for this seat. Since the applications were not public, there's really no way for the public to know the qualifications of each particular applicant. But so I'm not speaking in favor of anybody in particular, but I would ask the board to try to appoint the most qualified person. And to definitely appoint someone, not let this go to an election like the high school board had to do. That was a huge waste of taxpayer money and student money, and we don't need another costly election. So again, I would encourage you to pick the most qualified candidate. I know there's a lot of people that want to speak tonight, and it seems like since the applications were not public, anyone who's speaking is there because they've either been asked by a candidate to speak on their behalf, or they're there on behalf of a special interest. They're not necessarily voters from Area 4 or parents of students in the district. So I would take those public comments with a grain of salt and just go for the person who has the best experience. You know, if they have public school administration experience, that would be excellent. Or somebody that's committed to, you know, community service and student literacy, that would be great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael.
Good evening, board members. Superintendent Hazel, board members, I thank you for letting me speak. I don't have prepared remarks, so I'm thoroughly convinced I'm going to run out of time before I can make my point. So I sat there and decided to make my point at the front end here. As you make, whatever leads you or compels you in your decision-making process in selecting this next board member, I pray that you would at least have put some value on the criteria of selecting somebody who you feel your instincts, your intuition tells you will function as a member of the board truly from objective points of view, not with any hidden agendas. Bear with me here. I'm just going to lay this out to give a little bit of evidence for this. I'm sure you've all seen the movie, The Breakfast Club. There's a point in that movie after all these high school students were talking about how mean they were to each other. The character played by Anthony Michael Hall says, "My God, are we going to be like our parents?" And Emilio Estevez's character says, "No way." And Ali Sheedy, who plays Allison, says, "It's inevitable." And Molly Ringwald says, "What is?" And she says, "You grow up and your heart just dies." And that's a heck of a comment. I mean, that's a penetrating comment. I have the privilege of working both at elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. And I would say that if any parent could spend one day at an elementary school watching every recess and every lunch, you would go home feeling greatly convicted. Their biases are almost non-existent. You would go home and be compelled to start to function, not just in a kinder way towards everybody, but a more wise way, and have that influence on others. In my letter I wrote to you about the suggestions I had for Patriot Month, I kind of alluded to the essence of this, saying the activities should be centered around things that don't allow anybody to go into their tribal groups. And we do that too much. We can be doing more things to alleviate that. So I would just ask you, whatever your instincts, whatever leads your decision, if you can pick somebody that you truly will be objective and fair all the way around with the kinds of things that you deal with, you're going to be doing a service to this board and to all these kids in the district.
Thank you. And then we had 4 public speakers sign up in support of Leticia Maldonado Stamos, and then Angelica Ventura, Constance Ferios, Sandra Forrest, and Emily Avila Zilk. Will speak on her behalf. Thank you for being here. You have 3 minutes each. And we'll start with Angelica Ventura.
Since I retired, I have not been in a boardroom for a while, so I'm kind of rusty at speaking. I'm usually a very quiet person, and this is not my forte. My forte is working with children in the classroom. The reason I am here tonight is I want to speak on behalf of Leticia Maldonado Stamos. There's lots of reasons, but the main reason is she exemplifies a wonderful teacher. She's been a teacher. She is a wonderful community service. She is involved in many, many wonderful services for the community. She's a wonderful friend, and she is a mentor to a lot of children and a lot of adults. She's my mentor. I look up to her because I want to be as involved and as community service oriented as she is. I know her because she was a teacher. She even subbed for me in my classroom. I know her heart. She's an honest, hardworking person, very well read, very well educated, very informed onto all issues, all educational issues. You can talk to her. She'll give you her honest opinion. She has wonderful values. She's bilingual. And I want to speak as a student, as an employee as the district, as a mother of students in the district, and now as a grandmother, because I have my children here. And I want someone like her to inspire and guide their education. My education and my success in this country is because of board members like you, teachers who have a heart, community members who serve and want children to do well. I came here, my father was a bracero, and Mr. Bayless McDonald, one of the pioneers of Fallbrook, sponsored him because he saw his work ethic. And he says, no, I have to go back. My contract expires and I have my family in Mexico. Well, I want you here. What will it take to get you here? Well, you need to sponsor us. So I came here June of 1960, went to school in September, came home from my first day of school. I said, crying, Daddy, let's go back home. I don't understand my teacher, and I don't want to be here. And wise, macho man Martinez said, sorry, is that my time?
That's your time.
Okay, well, sorry. Anyway, she's a wonderful person, and it's people like her, people like you that make people like me realize our potential. And that's what we want for all our children.
Thank you.
Board, I just wanted to notify you, we are able to have more than 3 candidates speak on behalf of the candidates because we didn't have more than 20 people sign up total. So we have 60 minutes total for public comment, and everybody who wanted to make a public comment tonight, we are able to accommodate.
Good, good. Constance Felios.
Good evening. My husband, Peter, and I are retired educators from the Fallbrook Union High School District. After 35 years of service to the district, Peter retired as a district administrator, and 5 years ago, I retired as a high school teacher. We are very pleased and grateful to speak in support of Leticia Maldonado Stamos for the Fallbrook Union Elementary School District Board appointment. When we think of Leticia, the first thought that comes to mind is her compassion and respect for people of all walks, especially for students. And the second thought is her passion towards the healthy education of students, helping them to grow to be informed, caring, and productive citizens. As a teacher for the elementary school district, she would work with students, often long after school hours and on weekends, to help them learn, and also to give them and their families encouragement and hope in meeting their dreams and goals. As an employee, she served as an excellent representative of the positive dynamic reputation of this successful school district. An English honors teacher and avid director at Fallbrook High School, I was fortunate to invite Leticia to my classroom to give a presentation every year of Cesar Chavez and all the work of human rights that he did in our state. Because her lively presentations with colorful visuals were so popular with our students and teachers, we moved from the classroom to the theater so that more of our classes could attend. Leticia has served as an active volunteer and board member of several nonprofit organizations, including the Cesar Chavez Foundation, Vista Community Clinic, and Fallbrook Community Project Food Bank. Leticia has never stopped giving to our Fallbrook youth community, offering her support in various roles, including as leader and organizer of the well-respected Fallbrook Aler Reading Family Literacy event, which is actually a year-round communal endeavor. With this thriving organization, Leticia gathers students and takes them to various cultural events, setting up a booth of information, doing various fundraisers such as face painting, in an effort to raise funds for not only Fallbrook Alira, but also for the sponsoring organizations of the event. Even with COVID limitations in 2020, she continued to communicate with students, making sure they and their families were doing okay. Through her commitment to Fallbrook Alira and students, she continues to teach them the importance of giving back to their community. Peter and I feel that Leticia would be an open-minded, tolerant, and fair representative towards all students as a school board member. The most important part of her character that drives her is her strong faith. We first met Leticia and her husband, Nick, at church, not in the educational community of Fallbrook. Nick is Greek Orthodox, as we are. Orthodox Christianity is very similar to Catholicism, and Leticia and Nick have attended our church in Cardiff since they moved to Fallbrook. There, she is always so kind and respectful to the older generation, as well as to people of all ages. She deserves this board appointment, and I know she would do a lot of good as you progress, because I know you make a lot of wonderful decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Forrest.
Before you start the timer, let me introduce myself. My name is Sandra Forrest, and I'm speaking on behalf of Leticia Maldonado Stamos. Several times this past year, I've spoken to this governing board due to the turmoil created by the previous superintendent. However, at that time, I had two other concerns. First, how would all the chaos affect the integrity and stability of the district? Second, what effect would that situation have on the upcoming election with 3 of 5 incumbents on the ballot? Now, barely a year later, we are faced with yet another challenge, filling an unexpected vacancy on the governing board. How did this happen? Before last year's election, I tried to find information about the candidate eager to replace the incumbent for Area 4, my area. All I could discover was the person was a current teacher in Hemet with a recent PhD, had absolutely no connection to Fallbrook, and had moved here only a few months earlier for the sole purpose of defeating the incumbent. I had serious reservations about her commitment to Fallbrook and the well-being of the district. Unfortunately, my misgivings have proven true, and now Area 4 is left with no representation with over half the term remaining. We need someone who is already qualified to accept the demanding position and be prepared to hit the ground running, so to speak. This must be a person who is a demonstrated leader, a longtime resident, and certain to provide a smooth transition. As many of you know, governing board member qualifications are unique. Commitment to our community, knowledge of legal mandates of the district, and current experience with staff duties and best practices for serving our diverse student population. In addition, being a board member is an honor and a service. It is not a political position, nor is it an opportunity to benefit anyone's personal interests or ambitions. Thankfully, Area 4 has a resident who already fits this job description perfectly. I'm pleased and grateful that Leticia Maldonado Stamos is a candidate. We are fortunate that she is ready, willing, and able to fill this position. Leticia is a familiar face to many here and throughout Fallbrook through her employment in the district and her continuing involvement in its progress. Here are a few examples. Leticia contributed essential priorities for the selection of the newly hired superintendent. Leticia was also a driving force to help FUESD create equitable voting districts to meet state law. Leticia co-founded Fallbrook à l'Air, which is an annual free community celebration of literacy, and which is nearing its 20th anniversary. Again, thanks to Leticia's longstanding leadership and dedication. Leticia will be a complement to the district and a positive addition to the existing board. I urge you to elect Leticia Maldonado Stamos as the 5th person for the Fallbrook Union Elementary School District Governing Board. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have our candidates are standing in the back of the room. We'd love for you to find a seat, come sit down. You're able to be here all the way through public comment, and then we'll have you head over back to the waiting room at the end of public comment. Sorry for the confusion. And thank you so much for being here tonight.
Next, we have Emily Avila Silk.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak here tonight. Everybody's running out of great things and qualifications to say about Leticia Maldonado Stamos, and I'm here to concur with everything that they said. I've been teaching here in Fallbrook for over 20 years and been twice named the district teacher of the year, most recently this past year. So I understand the commitment and dedication and passion it takes to serve our community. The connection to families, to teachers, to students is a vital component to being a great educator and a board member. So I don't take lightly the importance of this appointment tonight. I can, however, with 100% confidence, recommend that Leticia Maldonado Stamos be appointed to the FUESD board tonight. I've known Leticia for over 20 years, actually started my teaching career working alongside her. She's always been an advocate for students and families in Fallbrook and its surrounding rural communities. Leticia started and continues to lead our annual Fallbrook à l'Air reading program since its creation in 2003. It has provided thousands of parents access to literacy workshops, all the while engaging thousands of students in the community from Fallbrook High School and Potter Junior High to service, and placing countless books. There's storage units of books that she puts into the hands of our Fallbrook students and families. Leticia also volunteers for other community and school events throughout the year. I always see her at back to school nights, giving away backpacks full of books and talking with parents and getting them signed up with online programs that they might need to help the education of their students. To Arts in the Park, where she's painting faces and building those relationships with the community members. Leticia is also first to assist families and parents in registering to vote in local, state, and national elections. And she's an advocate for these families and our Fallbrook community here. And she keeps our elected officials accountable to their responsibilities in office. With that said, the relationship that Leticia has built over the past decades in the community and the impact she makes in education today with students and families meticulously demonstrates how Leticia Maldonado Stamos is the most qualified candidate for the open board position. Thank you.
Okay, next we have 2 public speakers sign up in support of Anabel Canseco. And Itzel Galicia and Sulema Mendoza will speak on her behalf. So we'll begin with Itzel Galicia. You have 3 minutes each.
Good evening, all. I'm speaking on behalf of Annabelle Canseco. I've had the privilege of knowing Annabelle for 34 years, and I can confidently attest to her outstanding qualifications and dedication to education and community involvement. Annabelle Canseco possesses a unique blend of qualities to make her exceptional, well-suited for the role. As a devoted daughter, she constantly demonstrates her strong sense of family values and dedication to supporting her parents. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Haven't done public speaking in a while. With over 15 years of experience working with children, Annabelle understands the unique needs and challenges that minds face. Her journey as a first-generation immigrant speaks to her resilience, determination, and strong work ethic. Annabelle also manages her own business. She is the owner of Busy Bee. I'm sure you guys are aware it's here in Fallbrook. Her passion for her community is evident in her hard work and commitment to creating enriching activities and events that unite and engage community members. She adeptly manages budgets and resources, ensuring optimal utilization for benefit of the community and the school. Annabelle is an outstanding candidate for the board member position for the Fallbrook Elementary School. Her deep-rooted dedication to education, her admirable work ethic, and her unwavering commitment to her community make her a prime candidate for this role. Thank you.
Sulema Mendoza.
Hi, good evening. I didn't write anything, so I'll try to speak from the heart. And I'm nervous as well. My name is Sulema Mendoza. I was born and raised here in Fallbrook. I'm 29, so I went through the whole school district, and I also worked for the school district for a couple of years. I wanted to speak on behalf of Annabelle Canseco. I know her because she's my god sister, so I've known her my whole life. She used to babysit me when I was little, and I looked up to her so much, and I still remember her like cooking all the meals for us, and I will forever be grateful for that. I could say that it would be important for her to be a part of the board because I think it's important to have a voice for the community of Latino parents. She's a great daughter. She's a mother of 2 kids. I know she's been working for kids since forever, for like 15 plus years. I know she's a first generation immigrant, and she loves her community and to help her community. She has her own business, the Busy Bee here on Main Street. So because of having her own business, I know she's established a lot of relationships with parents and children in the community. She's also great at working with budgets and activities and events. And so that's why I feel like she'll be a great candidate. Thank you.
Okay, so we had two public speakers sign up in support of Kathy Curley, and Marilyn McGregor and Dolly Hardy will speak on her behalf. Thank you for being here. You have 3 minutes each. And we can begin with Marilyn.
I shouldn't need notes because this woman was my principal. And we go back quite a ways. So, but I still need these. So I'm Marilyn McGregor. I'm a retired teacher of this district, and I'm happy to be here to speak on the qualifications of Kathy Curley for the school board. Mrs. Curley and I go back quite a ways, as I said, and she was one of the principals that I would certainly go work under again. Some I kind of went, well, goodbye, but not her. That was hard. So I want to give you some of her impressive qualifications that would benefit the school board. First off, she doesn't limit herself to just work at school, but she reached out to the community of Fallbrook through the Kiwanis to know her students that she led, their parents, and the needs of both. Volunteering is such an important part of who she is. In fact, today she took 30 pounds of food over to the food bank that she grew with her husband, Brian. When the community of Fallbrook sees that the board members are helping others, then they know that their children are getting the same care in the schools. She's also a bilingual speaker, so she can speak to and represent the needs of the children and parents who do not have English as their second language. She knows the language is an important aspect that the board should have to be able to reach all of the parents. She's an advocate for children. She doesn't hesitate to speak up so that the children receive the best education possible, as kids are her passion. She will address and help solve the needs of the children in this district. Another outstanding quality of Mrs. Curley is that she's always impressed me with how well she can listen, absorb the information that's presented, and come to some informed decisions to be discussed, and then work with a group to find that final decision. She's kind of like magic with that. Another strength of Mrs. Curley is her knowledge of the school system and how it's supposed to work for the benefit of the children and their families. She sees the good in others and how they can develop their skills and talents to make themselves more valuable to our district. And when she sees a need to improve or grow, she doesn't just say, oh, you should do this or do that. She gets in there and shows them how. And if she can't do it, she gets someone else to demonstrate it. So in conclusion, I think Mrs. Curley has all the strengths that will enable the school board to make informed decisions for the children of the community of Fallbrook. She's been valuable in the past as a principal and advocate for children in our district, and I know she'll continue to do so as a school board member. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight and to speak on behalf of Kathy Curley. Our friendship goes back to 1989 when we were both hired to open up a new school in the Upland Unified School District, Pepper Tree Elementary. Kathy started out as a 6th grade teacher and I was the school secretary. She was hired partly because of her expertise as a teacher with a second language. She was instrumental in starting school-wide second language programs for the English language learners at Pepper Tree. She had the skills and the educational credentials to work well with the Pepper Tree staff. She was part of 10 years of working with the staff on every major innovation at that school, and we did a lot. She was part of developing a tech program. We were the first school to have Apple computers and multicultural reach out programs. Our school has lots of families from multiple countries, so we really needed her. She developed an interest in administration, so she went back to school and got her administrative credential. From there, she became assistant principal for 2 years at Euclid Elementary. She then was the principal at Ontario Montclair District for many years before moving to Fallbrook. Kathy and I remained friends over the years, even though she was up in the Inland Empire area and I was here. But she and her husband Brian came down to visit us often our first year here and soon came in love with Fallbrook like we did. She thought, well, a principalship came open here and she applied for it and got it. So she became principal at La Paloma. She didn't just work at the school. She worked with the community. She was extremely active with Kiwanis, and she did a lot of things to work with projects that benefited Fallbrook community. Kathy has always been an advocate for children. She is an excellent instructional teacher, helping teachers be the very best that they can be. She understands the scope of working with students, with parents, with administrative staff, and the community, and has the communication skills to do that. Kathy is passionate about everything she does. She gives unconditionally and often over her own needs. She holds herself to the highest standards. I have no doubt that Kathy Curley would be a great asset for the Fallbrook School Board. Thank you.
We had one public speaker sign up in support of Constance Fish, and Leila Hargrove will speak on her behalf. Thank you for being here. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Leila Hargrove. I'm a parent, a grandparent, and I'm also a Fallbrook native. And I'm speaking on behalf of Connie Fish. I did write myself some notes since I've known her for over 23 years. Connie respects others. She listens to parents' concerns. She holds parents' concerns close. She understands operations and the education system. As when I met her, she was an employee of Fallbrook Union Elementary School District. She was a superintendent here. I've also known her through the community because even after she retired, she continued to give here. She serves on boards everywhere from the art to Rotary. Rotary is a service above self, and Connie is all about service above self. She is a long-term resident and continues to give back in her community, which we're all grateful for. In closing, I would remind you as a school board that politics should be out of it. It seems that we're being infiltrated everywhere in the state of California with politics, and that should not be here. This should be nonpartisan. The best candidate should be chosen, not somebody who's checking all the political boxes, but somebody who's checking the boxes that they're well qualified to serve our students in this community. I'll be here for a long time, and my grandchildren will be here for a long time. So although I know many of these candidates, and I think that they're all wonderful, I hope you'll make the best choice. Thank you.
We had 3 public speakers sign up in support of Jane Wasco, and Taylor Shannon, Debbie Schubart, and Carol Johnson will speak on her behalf. Thank you for being here. You each have 3 minutes.
My name is Taylor Shannon. Thank you. And I'm a resident of Fallbrook for 34 years. I'm happy to introduce Jean Wasco. I grew up in Zone 4, and I'm raising my kids in Zone 4. So the people on this board really matter to me and my family and my neighbors. And we want Jane on the board because she's just a wonderful, regular, nice person. Jane has almost 20 years of certified educator and librarian experience where she empowered kids to read and learn, cultivated leaders, and supported staff. She understands how the school system works. Jane also has a passion for volunteering. Jane's volunteered at the library for a decade. Every time we go to a sports practice or to the district's provided speech program for my son or an event at the school, she's there supporting her family and the community. Jane chose to raise her kids here, and her grandkids live in Zone 4. As a grandparent of kids here, we know she's going to use her passion for teaching and volunteering to give them the best education possible. My kids will benefit from that. Your kids will benefit from that. The whole district will benefit because of Jane. We ask that you please vote for Jane Wasco. Thank you.
Debbie?
My name is Debbie Schubart. And I am a board member of Friends of Fallbrook Library, as well as a day manager for 2 days a week at the bottom shelf. That's how I know Jane. I've known her for over 10 years and worked with her at the bottom shelf. Jane represents all that is needed as a member of the school board. She is very knowledgeable of the Fallbrook school system. She understands how important it is for the community to have their desires represented at the school board. And most of all, she knows what children need to become better students and contributing members of their community. Her position as a former school librarian, raising a family here in Fallbrook, and participation in community activities rounds out the person you want to represent you and your family and the Fallbrook School Board. Thank you.
And Carol Johnson.
I'm Carol Johnson, and I happen to live across the street from Jane. We've been neighbors for 14 years. I actually, when I first came here, was a substitute in this district. Jane and I had many conversations. She was the librarian at Bonsall. I was the substitute. And we both were tutoring after school hours. And we had so many of the same concepts of learning and teaching. And one of the things that she would do, she didn't just work with the student. She also worked with the parent, the family. And she made her goal, and mine as a teacher, was to help our students learn to think on their own and to build their confidence in themselves and become more of a critical thinker. And especially today, I can't even imagine how important that is today to our children, to become critical thinkers of what is going on in their world. And Jane was awesome at that all the time. I also worked at the bookstore with Jane, and I'm going to get my little notes because I kind of am forgetting what else I was going to say. I watched her tutor her students after school and work with the parents and to furtherly help her students better understanding and better achievement. She is also a person of integrity, honesty, and humility. She has always had a high energy and creativity and caring to share with her students. And beyond that, she's works forever hard to complete any project. Living across the street for her, sometimes I'm like, how can she continue to work that hard? So I can't imagine she would not be one of your very best candidates for this job. Thank you.
We had one public speaker sign up in support of William Kavanaugh, and Kelsey Wadarama will speak on his behalf. Thank you for being here. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kelsey Guadarrama, and I am a wife, a mother, an elementary school teacher for FUESD, and a member of the Fallbrook community. I'm here to share why I believe that William Bill Kavanaugh is the best candidate for your school board. I first met Bill through his granddaughter when we both worked at Dominic's Deli here in Fallbrook for 8 years. Over the years, I've grown to greatly admire him. With 30 years of experience as a public school teacher and 9 years as the president of the Lake Elsinore Teachers Association, Bill brings invaluable experience to the table. His ability to collaborate with board members, school administrators, teachers, and parents showcases his strong leadership skills. As a parent and a public school teacher, I know what I seek in a board member. I want my child to receive a fair, safe, quality education within Fallbrook Elementary Schools. I expect board members to collaborate effectively with parents, teachers, and each other to ensure every child's success. Bill's willingness to listen and advocate for our children's best interest is unquestionable. I have no doubt that if chosen, Bill will be an asset to our school board and community. His commitment to supporting all students and providing and providing them with a high quality education to prepare them for the future is evident. Thank you.
And that will conclude our public comment.
Thank you. All right, we're going to be moving on to reports.
I don't see you signed up here.
Sign up online or in person? Okay, let's take care of it. Let's double check with,
There should be a few more on her behalf as well, too.
The only reason I didn't say anything is I thought they had gone. Yeah, no, we want to make sure we hear
Yeah, I appreciate
everybody.
that. My name is Jason Neese. I'm married, a father of 6, and I live right here in Fallbrook, and it's a privilege to recommend to you tonight Roxanne Fee. We do need trusted representation on this board, and I want to encourage the board to not just put somebody on this board that is just recycled, that has been in the education system, but someone that is fresh and new and ready and willing to do the job. We need someone who will put students first, someone who will move and impact changes and get results, someone who has the ability to work with others and stacking hands with them together. Roxanne has a background in construction, project management, contract writing, budgeting, and estimating. I have found her strategic. I have found her open-minded, fair, willing to listen, lots of grit, lots of fortitude. And even though we haven't agreed on everything, we have respected each other, and she will be faithful. We also need some diversity. Roxanne brings that. She's experienced, talented, and articulate. Let me tell you about the character of this woman here. This woman serves tirelessly in our church and a number of organizations and nonprofits. In addition, she is committed to her husband, and she has raised her 2 children right. I've seen Roxanne's work ethic. It is bar none. We occasionally host weddings on our property that backs up against Camp Pendleton, and she is always the first there and the last one to leave, serving tirelessly. After already a long day of cleaning, preparing food, and decorating, I told her one wedding, why don't you head on out? And she refused. She insisted that she stay until the job was finished. My wife and I had the opportunity to go to Israel with Roxanne and her husband, Dan, who are sitting over there. We decided to climb up all the way. You remember this, to this ancient stadium at high elevation in the heat when we had been traveling already and hiking so much. She didn't give up. She knew what she had to do. She put her mind to it, and she inspired so many others, and she will do that on this board. Her hands might even have the remnants of names written on them, as she might have already freshly washed them, but the names of children who were kidnapped by Hamas. She remembers them and she prays for them every single day. This is the Roxanne Fee that is standing before you. She will be one of the most valuable assets on your board. This board is great. Look at you. She will make your board greater, the greater good of our community, our students, our school. Please bring Roxanne to this table. Thank you.
I mean, you don't know this.
Oh, yeah, did you fill out a card? Okay, okay, we don't have a card. We're coming close forward. How do you want to?
We have 3 minutes.
I think this could be the last speaker then, yeah.
It looks like we have 3 minutes for our 30 minutes.
We want to accommodate as many people as possible because this is a very special. So
appreciate
because we
you
have the
taking the time.
time, we'll allow.
Thank you. I'm here tonight to endorse Connie Fish for the vacancy of the Fallbrook Elementary School Board. Connie has been involved in education for over 40 years, with her main focus always being to put the children first. So of course, all her decisions are based on what is best for the students. Connie does not make decisions alone. She listens to and honors the opinions of all other professionals and concerned individuals. She doesn't have an agenda before the discussion begins, so this always allows her to be very open to all sides of the opinions. She listens carefully and honors the values and opinions of every individual. Her decisions are made using the facts presented from all sides, but her thoughts always stay focused on one thing, the outcome that will have on the children of the district. Connie has been involved in community, not only as a resident, but as a participant in many community activities. She has given her time and knowledge to many boards in the area. She has served not only as a committee member, but also as an officer. An example of the board she has been involved in and the responsibility, including president, include the HOA of her neighborhood, Fallbrook Art Association, and two-time president of her Rotary Club. Her volunteerism is involved not just being a committee member again, but taking the responsibility. And because of this and her extensive involvement in this, she really understands how governments and government boards operate. She is a strong supporter of the administration and teachers. She has been involved in training and mentoring both. So in closing, again, I want to say that Connie would be an excellent in her understanding of education and knowledge of the classroom and dedication for what is best for all students. Thank you.
That should conclude our public comment.
Okay, with that, we will move on to reports. Before we do that, let me just say that applications are available upon request tonight. So if you'd like to have those, you just need to request them and you will have them. Then moving on to the base liaison, Dr. Paul, do you have a report to share?
I do. Good evening, everyone. On the 9th of November, the Commanding General is going to host a birthday pageant celebration and cake cutting ceremony. This event celebrates the 248th birthday of the United States Marine Corps. An invitation to the event has been extended. If you have not received it, it'll be there shortly for the superintendent and board. And if you have time, I would like to be able to spend time with you aboard Camp Pendleton. And if you have any questions, just reach out to me and I'll be able to get the response back if there's any questions about the details. Other than that, that would be my update for this evening.
Thank you, sir. Okay, now for reports from the board, I will call on Mrs. Lindy. No report today. Mr. Favela.
Just recognizing the importance of today's meeting. Thank you all. Thank you everybody for showing up. Thanks to all the applicants. Very encouraged by the willingness to see people join this board here. So I attended the CSBA's 4th training focusing on collective bargaining along with the superintendent and our president this last Saturday. So we just have one more to go. So looking forward to that. It's been a pretty good experience. Wanted to recognize that parent-teacher conferences have been happening this week. Thanks. Really enjoyed the way I was able to participate in my 4th graders conference, and it was the first half of it was student-led. So he had presented what he was doing and had a chance to see his leadership just in taking that initiative. So I appreciate the way that the conferences are being held. And I think I'll just mention that putting a plug for softball again. So as folks know, I also volunteer with Fallbrook Girls Softball where my daughters play. And the registration for the spring season has opened already. So we're opening early. You can go to fallbrookgirlsoftball.com and you get your kids signed up and your neighbors and anybody else, right? Neighbors, kids, yeah. That's it for me.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Sybil?
I have nothing to report.
All right, thank you. All right, and as for me, as Mr. Favela just mentioned, I also attended with Ms. Hazel and Mr. Favela, the Masters in Governance all day this past Saturday. I also want to thank all the applicants and also those who spoke in their behalf. Thank you for taking the time. for that. I wanted to highlight that during our board workshop with the CSBA consultant, Bob Kane, we discussed and came to a consensus regarding our collective board committees in support of district vision and mission. These commitments are as follows. We believe every student can and will be successful. We believe in equal opportunity for every student with support and resources based on need. We believe reading proficiency is essential to student success. As we begin tonight's interviews, I'm urging our board to prioritize these commitments, which I believe also include English language development as part of reading proficiency. Since our last meeting, I have been busy participating on the Area 4 Trustee Application Subcommittee with Trustee Favela and Superintendent Ms. Hazel, where we screened all the applicants for minimum qualifications, in addition to contacting various references. And that is from, that is all I have. And so, Mrs. Hazel.
Thank you. I need to push this. Turned it off. All right. I have many of the same things to share, so I'm going to skip and highlight a couple of ones that you haven't heard tonight. First, I do want to say thank you to everybody who came out tonight to speak on behalf of our candidates, and also to so many of our candidates who applied and want to be part of this amazing team. This is a fantastic governing board, and are really committed to the commitments that you just heard and have that common vision and expectation. So I feel very privileged to work on this team. I'd want to share with you just a couple of highlights since our last board meeting. This weekend, our Rotary Club sponsored our students to go to a LEAD conference over the weekend, and the students just had an amazing time, and we really appreciate that partnership with our Rotary. Our students received cozy sweaters and backpacks full of materials that they would need for the weekend, the overnight weekend. And they were welcomed with a very engaging keynote speaker who talked about the goals and the purpose of the weekend related to leadership. And students participated in leadership breakout sessions and activities, nature hikes, and goal setting. And good news is that everyone was returned safely on Sunday evening. And they'll be welcome to the Rotary meeting on November 4th to share their key takeaways and what they learned from that leadership experience. So that was a real amazing celebration. I'd also like to do a shout out to Potter Junior High. They just received an award from the PTA because they hit the 100 Club award. And so just so that you know, we had a attendance of 89 PTA members last year. We're at 236 this year. So we love seeing parent involvement continue at the middle school. Sometimes, our kids decide they don't want us when they get to middle school, but I always tell parents that's when they really need us. And so, don't stop volunteering when you leave elementary school and you head to middle school, because we'll find something for you to work on. And so I'm really excited of the outreach that our staff did there and of the support of having that many parents join. And then another celebration, and you'll be invited to this ribbon cutting soon in November. But I want to be the first to tell you that our very own Lily Perez, who is our Director of Extended Learning Opportunities, she won the Lights On Leadership Award for Region 9. Kimberly, you told me one of how many in the state?
Out of all the districts in the whole state, there are only 6 that are receiving awards for their after-school programs, and Fallbrook is one of them.
Yes. So I know I talked to the board a lot about what an amazing after-school program we have for all of our students. It's a free program to everyone, every student and family that wants it in Fallbrook. And so I'm not surprised we got this recognition, and I'm just really proud of the staff. For the parents, they might notice today, this week is National Bus Safety Week. So our students, all of our students that are being transported to the by the bus are going to receive instruction related to safe riding practices and emergency bus evacuation drills. So parents, you might want to, parents can ask their kids about how that went. And I enjoyed my Saturday with Trustee Favela and Mrs. McBride as we attended our fourth session for Masters in Governance, and the topic was around human resources and collective negotiations. So it was a great informative time. So that's my update for this week.
Thank you. Okay, then moving on to board operations. Governing board vacancy, provisional candidate interviews for trustee area 4 of Fallbrook Union School District. The district invited candidates for provisional appointment to the board vacancy for trustee area 4. The board subcommittee composed of myself, trustee Mary McBride, trustee Ricardo Favela, and superintendent Monica Hazel, screened the applicants for the minimum legal qualifications on Wednesday, October the 11th, 2023. All board members have had the opportunity to review the qualifying applications for the provisional appointments. Comments. The governing board will interview candidates Annabelle Conseco, William Kavanaugh, Roxanne Fee, Constance Fish, Kathy Curley, Leticia Maldonado Stamos, and Jane Wasco for the open trustee area 4 seat and vote to make a provisional appointment. The board will hold deliberations immediately following the interviews. The appointee may serve until the next regular district election, at which time the area 4 trustee would be open for election. Superintendent Hazel will now explain the process for the interview.
All right. Thank you, President McBride. Before I outline the process, I'm going to ask all of our applicants to please come up to the podium. And I'm going to ask Angie Arellano, you have our jar with all of the numbers 1 through 7 in there. And so we're going to have each of you pick a number from a jar. And that number is going to designate the order of your interview. So if you draw number 1, you'll go first. If you draw number 2, next, and so on all the way until number 7. So if all of the applicants, why don't we give them all a round of applause?
Yep, and then we're gonna walk you out soon. Just for a moment, stay here, stay here. I'm gonna go over the process and then we'll take you into the holding room.
Just a moment. May I have a comment?
Yeah.
Was she trying to take a picture of all of them, maybe together? Yeah. Could we let them just take a quick picture all together? Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
Someone's gonna walk out. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, what we're gonna do right now, we'll start right here with Annabelle. What I'd like you to do is just come up to the podium with your name and the number that you drew, and Angie will record it.
Anabel Canseco, number 2.
Leticia Maldonado Stamos, number 3.
Roxanne Fee, number 6.
Kathy Curley, number 5.
Connie Fish, number 4.
And Bill Kavanaugh, number 1.
Last but not least, Jane Wasco, number 7.
Okay. All right, we'll let you go in just a second. I want to just review the process for you before you head over. I know I sent you an email with all the information, but I'd just like for you to hear it in person as well. So Angie, were you able to can you read back to us the numbers to make sure that we got it right? Did we get it correct? All right, perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to pass out one folder to each of you. We're going to be okay, is how it is. You can just- Okay, if you could take one, pass it down. Please. All right, so each of you has a folder and I want to walk you through what's inside. So it's going to assist us tonight. So on the left, you have a copy of the notes from the reference checks that the subcommittee members engaged in. So you'll also have a copy of each candidate's full and completed application. The application includes the candidate's education, their employment history, references, past committees, commission or board experience, and their response to 12 written questions. And thank you to everyone for filling out those 12 written questions. We know it was a very thorough application. And then you also have the interview questions. And then on the right-hand side, you have one note-taking sheet for each candidate with the candidate's name highlighted in yellow. And then finally, you have a ranking sheet. Each candidate will have a total of 15 minutes for their interview, and it'll begin with 2 minutes to give just an opening statement. Then following the opening statement, we have 6 prepared questions that will be asked. And our timekeeper in the back, Mr. Seth Trench, will notify each of you when you have 5 minutes left, and we'll let you know how many questions you have left as well. And the timekeeper is also going to ensure that each of you only receives 15 minutes total for the interview. So we're going to ask you to manage your time on that. So at this time, I'm going to ask that all of our candidates head to our waiting room with Raul. It's down the hall in room 302. As a quick reminder, before you head out, you're prohibited from using cell phones or electronics while in the waiting room to maintain confidentiality. And I know in today's society of high tech, sometimes it's hard. I know you're going to be in there for 1 hour and 45 minutes, which is why I suggested everyone bring a book or something to write. So thank you so much for following our procedures, and we will see you soon. All right, board. After all of the candidates have been interviewed, they will be invited back to the boardroom for deliberation. So they'll come in, they'll do their interview, they'll go back to room 302. When everybody is done, then we'll bring them all back and they'll be here and have the opportunity to be here for the deliberations. The candidates will have an opportunity. The questions are going to be on the podium. And so they'll each have 1 minute to review the 6 questions on the podium. That's not part of their 15-minute time period. So they'll take a look at the questions, they'll read them over, they'll have them there to reference back, should they need them. All right, so during that time, we will be taking a short recess. And it's important as a board, just a reminder that we want to make sure that we don't discuss anything related to the interviews during the recess or the candidates outside of open session. All discussion needs to happen here in open session. And the break is just simply for us to get a refreshment and to use the restroom, take a quick break. So then you're going to have time in open session to just review all of your notes and to rank all the candidates. So at that time, we're going to ask the public, you're just going to watch them reading and taking notes. We're just going to ask you to be really quiet during that time so that they can review their notes from the interviews and complete their rankings. So we're going to ask you to rank the candidates 1 through 7, with 7 being your first choice. And the last thing, and then what did I say? Oh, goodness. Thank you for the clarification. You'll rank them 1 through 7, with 1 being your first choice. So the last thing that I want to say about the process is that it's really important that every candidate be asked the exact same question. And so if a candidate asks you to repeat the question, you're able, or if they ask for clarification, you're only able to repeat the question. You can't add to the question. And if it can't, and then please also refrain from asking follow-up questions. We want to just stick to the questions, and that's going to promote fairness and consistency for all of the participants.
Okay. The mic on. At this point, we will take a 5-minute recess before starting with the first candidate. We will be back.
Let's see what time it is. Oops, what time do we have? 7:30. 7, I think I've got 7:27. So we'll be, not 7:28, we'll be back at 7:33.
Well, he just changed it to 29.
Oh.
So 30 now. So we'll be back at 7:35.
Perfect.
Order, who asks which questions, or?
You know what? I would recommend, because we were going to select which questions. I would recommend that we just do it straight in order because it goes most efficiently. So if we start with, Diane, if you don't mind, if we start with, let's see, one way or the other.
Yes.
One way or the other.
So Kavanaugh's first. Who's I didn't write the name, so who was next?
Yeah.
Who's next?
We'll have Angie organize your
Okay.
folders right now.
Okay.
Are you okay, Diane, with doing number 1? Okay, so then we'll do, yes, we do. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, let's see. And then Diane, you would ask 5 as well. And then Suzanne, you would ask 6. Okay. Is that good?
So where did you start with?
1, 2, 3, 4.
4, 5, 6. Okay, so.
And then that way it's easy to, otherwise when we each pick our own numbers, then it's easy to forget.
I have.
All right, so let me help you put your packets in order. I'll read them to you right now.
Mine are in order.
Oh, they are. Okay.
I tried to put one in order, sorry. I know, I did.
All right, number 1 is William Kavanaugh.
That's fine.
Fine, Williams.
We need to go to the bathroom before.
Yeah, that's Diane. How about I'll organize yours for you, for all of you while you go to the restroom?
Okay. Yeah. So
That's the same thing. I'll
She'll
do yours.
organize that for you.
Okay.
That's fine.
Awesome.
Angie, can you help us organize?
Oh.
On the applications in order. Oh,
Angie,
okay.
I'm okay.
Oh, got it. All right. It's just the way it came.
One of them, we actually were able to, edit real quick. Diane's.
They tell you the order.
I think I've got.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'll get it when I get back.
Thank you for being here.
Of course.
This one, yeah, she said she's good. So I've got William Kavanaugh, Annabelle, Leticia, Constance Fish. Oh, she already did it. MJ. Okay. Okay, and then I wonder if he wants me to organize them, this too. That's what I think she was doing. Read them again.
All right. We'll get started and we're back in session at 7:40. And we're going to start with our first candidate, William Kavanaugh. Good evening and thank you for your interest in the board vacancy for trustee area 4. For clarification, this position is a provisional appointment through November 2024. The selected candidate has the option to run in the 2024 election to complete the remaining 2 years of the term. We have allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. You will have up to 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we have 6 questions to ask you. You may take as little or as much time on each question as you wish, but the questions will stop after 15 minutes, even if all the questions have not been answered. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep the time limit in mind as you respond. You will be notified when there are 5 minutes remaining and how many questions are remaining. Please begin with your 2-minute opening statement where you tell us about yourself. Be sure to include experiences relevant to this position and the strengths you bring as a board member. Before we proceed with your opening statement, the questions we will ask are in front of you on the podium, and you have 1 minute to organize your thoughts before beginning your opening statement. Okay.
Okay. Members of the Board of Trustees and Superintendent Hazel. My name is Bill Kavanaugh, and I will begin by thanking you for the opportunity to be considered for this position. I come here this evening with more than 35 years of experience in education, including 4 years as a substitute teacher and 28 years as a classroom teacher at the middle and high school levels. In addition, I have more than 20 years of involvement with teacher associations at both the local and state levels, including 9.5 years as president of the Lake Elsinore Teachers Association. My work within the Teachers Association, first as a bargaining chair and later on the executive board, provided me with the opportunity to be involved with most of the issues that school districts face, including budgets at both the local and state level, contract negotiations, special education concerns, staffing, grievances, bond measures, curriculum, facilities, and technology, just to name a few. More important is what I found to be true about hostile relationships within a school district. And that is when the adults in a district are battling each other, it is the students who always lose. It became my goal to work constantly toward building consensus and opening up communication between all stakeholders within the district. And I would like the opportunity to help work toward those objectives here in Fallbrook. I do not profess to have all the answers or any answers to what may arise as issues in FUESD. But I do know that there is an effective process for addressing issues, which includes soliciting as much information as possible, forming a plan, and then building the consensus toward implementation. Over my career, I have dealt with nearly every issue a district faces. About the only thing I haven't had is an opportunity to undertake is to sit where you are and face the difficult decisions you make every month. I would look forward to working with you and making a great district like FUESD an even better place for our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. My question is, what do you see as the basic purpose of the public school system? What is the role of the governing board in the fulfillment of that purpose?
From my perspective, the basic functioning of a school district is to prepare students not only to become solid citizens and participate in, you know, all of those types of things that citizens are expected to do, jury duty, voting, those sorts of things, but also to prepare them for their own future and make sure that they have the skills necessary to be successful individuals. One of the things I realize is that the students who are, let's see, TK in your district this year have a really good chance of living into the 22nd century. And what that means is that considering all of the changes that have happened over the last, say, 25 or 30 years, I can only anticipate that the changes that happen in the future are going to be even more difficult to deal with, and that we have to do an even better job of preparing students for a constantly changing society. So I think the school board's responsibility is to ensure that to oversee those kinds of operations and make sure that those kinds of things are happening within the school district, and that, you know, that things are moving along for our students as best they can.
What are you proud of in this district? And what would you like to accomplish as a board member? And finally, what is your highest priority and why?
In observing board meetings over the last few months, I've come to understand that this district has an amazing after-school program, obviously receiving awards for that. I'm also impressed by the financial stability of the district. So these are the things that I think are the real strengths of the district. What I would like to see, however, and something that I became very involved in as I was working in Lake Elsinore as president, and that is special education. I noticed in one meeting, I think your special education per student population is somewhere between 18 and 19%, which and I'm pretty sure that the state expectation is that special education population be more around 14%. The thing that concerned me is, as we were looking at special education problems in our own district, not only does it severely impact your general fund amounts by having such high numbers as special education, but it really impacts those students who end up in the special education program. A lot of what we found in Lake Elsinore was that a lot of students ended up in special education because in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, they had social emotional issues or behavioral issues that caused them to miss out on a lot of important learning that they should have been acquiring in those grade levels. That caused them to fall behind one grade level, two grade levels, so that by the time they're in third or fourth grade, they're 2 levels behind, and all of a sudden they're special education. Not that they couldn't have done the work at the levels that they should have done in first and second grade, but they had other things that were interfering in their ability to acquire that that information. And so what we found was that trying to work with students who were having difficulty in those early grade levels could create a situation where some of those students who might have been bound for special education, we could get them to veer away from that and not be part of that program. There are certain skills that if students don't receive those skills in the first couple of years of school, they have a difficult time ever achieving those skills later on in life. So that would be my highest priority.
Hello, and thank you for applying. Next question would be, identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal value and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Well, I think that one of the most important decisions that the board has made in the last several months was selecting a superintendent. I was here the night that there were a lot of people talking about who should be superintendent. I think that the board made the right decision in following through with the process that they had started upon from the beginning, using the search company, finding the best candidates, and then making a choice from amongst those candidates. And I think the board did an excellent job in balancing community needs with the district needs, and finding a very successful making a very successful choice in selecting a superintendent. So I'll leave it at that. How's that?
Question number 4, please briefly tell us about your background, strengths, and what motivates you to want to become a board member.
Well, as I said in my opening statement, I've done so much as far as being a part of a district is concerned. Lake Elsinore is a unified district, so although my background is in teaching high school history, particularly U.S. history and AP U.S. history, as I got involved in association work, I got involved in all levels of what was going on with the district. So I spent a lot of time at elementary schools and finding out about the demands placed upon elementary teachers as well as elementary administration, those sorts of things. What motivated me the most was, I think, that I have all of this experience. I'm a retired teacher now. I think I'd like to be able to be on, to put that last piece in the puzzle, and that is to be in a position where you are making the difficult decisions that boards have to make on a constant basis when it comes to personnel, to budgets, what to spend, where to spend it, personnel decisions, and most importantly, what is best for the students, keeping that in mind always.
What attributes do you believe are essential for successful school board members? What behaviors should board members exhibit?
The attributes that are essential for a successful school board member, most importantly, the ability to listen. Probably secondarily, the ability to cooperate, work together, to build consensus, and to not have the feeling that there's only one way to do things, to listen to other board members, their concerns. My experience with working with board members is that they're all in tune with different aspects of a community. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. That board members are constantly tapping into different parts of the community. And so that a board member, in order to be effective, needs to be able to listen to the rest of the board, listen to the stakeholders in the district, whether it's teachers, administrators, parents, and especially the students, looking at what they're accomplishing and how they're achieving. Frequent visits to school sites is important. And especially, you know, get the opportunity to really find out what's going on in the classroom. What behaviors should a school board member exhibit, and particularly the willingness to listen, and to communicate as one, and not have a tendency to go out on your own and work against the other board members, those sorts of things. So I think the board structure needs to be a unified sort of approach to things. Speaking with one voice, particularly through a superintendent. That was my sense of how things worked effectively in Lake Elsinore. And I think I would be a part of that on this board as well.
Can you describe a potential challenge you anticipate facing while serving in this position and how you might address it?
I think right now what's going on, not just in Fallbrook, not just in Temecula, my old district, it's the same story. And that there is a lot of division within communities over things that, you know, my experience of working in schools, we never had to deal with. And it's the political polarization that has been going on for the last few years. I think overall it's detrimental for the students. As I said in my opening statement, you know, when adults in a district start fighting with each other, when they start doing battle, it's the students who lose. When I started out in our association, we had a very confrontational approach to the district. We were constantly butting heads. It was like if the district said up, we said down. If we said left, they said right. And after 9 years, I realized we weren't getting anything accomplished. When I became president, I tried to change that approach. And I had the support of a lot of teachers who they didn't want to hear about the battle. They wanted to hear about the good things. They did not want to think that they worked for a district that was evil or bad. That was the majority of teachers. And so I started approaching those teachers to become involved, and we changed around the direction of the district. And instead of constantly doing battle, we started working together because we started communicating with each other. We found that we had a common goal, and that is what's best for kids. Once we had done that, we were able to start working on projects that were of benefit to students. We started a special education committee so that we could address as an association and as a district administration, including parents, trying to address the needs of our special education population. So I think over the last couple of years, not only in this district, but in districts around the state and around the country, what we've run into is that adults are more interested in winning the battle than they are in being effective leaders for the students who are going to need this education, the education that we provide over the next 10, 20, 30, 50 years. So with that, I'll thank you very much for the time, and I would appreciate your consideration for my candidacy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? No?
Thank you for your time and interest. We request that you return to room 302 until all of the candidates have participated.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm the question.
Actually doing. It's me that's through this. We weren't invited. We weren't get students there.
We needed to get her organized anyway. Okay, so our second candidate is Annabelle Conseco. Good evening and thank you for your interest and the board vacancy for trustee area 4. For clarification, this position is a provisional appointment through November 2024. The selected candidate has the option to run in the 2024 election to complete the remaining 2 years of the term. We have allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. You will have 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we have 6 questions to ask you. You may take as little or as much time on each question as you wish, but the questions will stop after 15 minutes, even if all the questions have not been addressed. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep the time limit in mind as you respond. You will be notified when there are 5 minutes remaining and how many questions are remaining. Please begin with your 2-minute opening statement where you would tell us about yourself. Be sure to include experiences relevant to the position and strengths you would bring as the member of the board. Before we proceed with your opening statement, the questions we will ask are in front of you on the podium. You have 1 minute to organize your thoughts before beginning your opening statement.
So I can start.
You ready?
So, hello, my name is Annabelle Canseco. I'm applying for a seat in the school board because I believe that children deserve the best possible education. I'm a mother of 2. My oldest one is 5 years old. She just started kindergarten and I'm very happy about that. I understand the importance of creating a safe and inclusive environment where every student can thrive. As a parent, being the first time when you first go to school, I think it's very important. You're worried about everything. And when I mean everything, I mean everything. And so it was a hard decision. I did not know how to do this, even though I went to the school system here in Fallbrook. I had no idea as a parent what I needed to do. And a lot of parents also go through that. As a community leader and business owner, I understand the importance of strong partnership between the school, families, and local business. I will work hard to build a strong relationship between our schools and our broader community to provide opportunities for students to excel and to be prepared for the future. I'm the owner of the Busy Bee, which is an indoor playground here in Fallbrook. We are one of maybe 2 or 3 here in North County. It's a very important place, I believe, for kids because those kids that are before entering elementary school, they need a place to grow, to play, to just be kids. And parents already have a lot, especially when you're a first-time parent. You're worried about germs, worried about if they fall, what if they put this in their mouth? And so having an indoor playground for me was one of the safest place for my kids and actually can relax and actually enjoy them play. Fallbrook has beautiful parks, beautiful places to work, but as a first-time parent, your mind goes to everything, especially some of our kids that are now entering the school. They grew up in the pandemic, so they were isolated. They couldn't go out to different places. So now having an indoor playground where they can come where it's safe, I love that. And I love being able to work and owning it. I also have 13 years working experience with a nonprofit to engage and help families. I first wanted to be an elementary school teacher. That was my goal.
But after going to college, going to school, I realized that nonprofit was somewhere where I was able to find families that struggle the same as ours. Some of the families that I work with did not have the education, were worried about financials, how were they going to pay their rent? And so they did not focus on their kids' education. So working for a nonprofit, I was able to create after-school programs, ensuring that their kids were doing their homework, had a safe place where to be there. I also motivated a lot of the parents to be engaged, involved. I also continue doing leadership trainings for the parents. We have a lot of parents that I was able to work with to also be on boards, to be in committee for housing, for advocating for what is important to them. And one of the things that is important, not just education, is housing. And so if a family does not have a safe housing, doesn't have resources, then their kids are not going to succeed in education. And I saw that. I also believe working as a team, I was able to collaborate with different organizations to be able to find resources for the families, find trainings for them as well too. And so if they see me right now, they would be proud, and I'm proud of them too, where they're at right now. I was born here in Fallbrook. I graduated through the high school. I have wonderful memories of going to the educational systems, but I also struggled. And as a parent now, I see that I need to be involved. Not a lot of parents, especially from our community, are able to do that. They're working. They have other responsibilities as well too. So I want to be that voice for those parents that can't participate as much. It's not because they don't want to. It's just, honestly, they just can't. So, and one of the motivations that I'm doing this is for my kids. So my daughter, she is second generation now and first generation from her father's side of the family. And so every time I drop her off of school, I let her know that she is, I tell her, and she repeats too, that she is strong, she is smart, and she is brave. And so today I'm being strong, brave, and hard for her. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for coming tonight. What do you see as the basic purpose of the school, of the public school system? What is the role of the governing board and the fulfillment of that purpose?
So to me, the board, the educational board, is to oversee what all the schools are doing. We have wonderful schools here, and all of them, I believe, have different skills that they focus on. And so I believe that the board oversees all of that, helps them, guides them as well too, that they're following the policies that are in place, or helping them put new policy in place that will better assist the kids in the system.
What are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? And which is your highest priority and why?
So what am I proud about the district? I haven't, since my daughter is first started here, I really haven't been as involved in knowing all of the issues that have been happening. But I would say that I would be proud on just the hiring of the staff. I know it was really hard filling out some of these teacher positions. And I can talk just about the school that my daughter was in there. They had a lot of substitutes for a while, but they were able to hire teachers. And I know they're talking from other parents as well too. They're very happy with the teachers that they have hired this year. And then as a board member, I would like to accomplish just looking out the policies that are in place for not just all the kids, but English language learners as well too. I know that there are meetings for parents as well too, but also to engage them and be more involved, even if it's just writing or talking to me. I love talking to parents. I feel, especially our community, that's how we connect, is talking to each other. I have a lot of experience. I talk to a lot of the moms that come at my work, and a lot of them just want to talk. We love our kids. They're wonderful, and they love wonderful conversations, but we need adult conversations sometimes. So.
Identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal value and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
So one of the decisions I would say would be the the superintendent hiring in the process. I also attended some of the meetings that were held at the different community places. And so I really enjoyed the process that was asking the community members. I do wish that I learned about it maybe a day or two before it. I do wish that it was more publicized or figure out a way how to get more parents involved. But I did like the process of how it was asking. And I know there were several days and several locations that were done. So I'm happy with that decision.
Okay. Briefly, tell us about your background, strengths, and what motivates you to want to become a board member.
So my background is I went to go to school and I did a lot of tutoring. I helped here in Fallbrook as well too to the youth. I tutored during college. After that, I continued to do my student education. I did student teaching in different areas. I did all of my tests, everything. Like I said, I passed everything and I was ready to be a teacher, but I started working part-time for a nonprofit. And that's where I fell in love. The nonprofit is an affordable housing building. They created housings and I was an after-school coordinator. I worked in different communities, not just North County, but also San Diego area. And I love just being able to help the kids, the parents, understand the importance of their involvement of what they can actually do. We did leadership trainings for them. We did a lot of field trips for the kids. And then after that, I became a community leader. So I started working with board members, advocating for housing, and just basically understanding what the persons that I have there, what was their skills. Everybody has a talent. And so it was my job to find that talent of the person and guide them to that. And my motivation, like I said, I love Fallbrook. I grew up here in Fallbrook. My father immigrated here and he has been working landscaping construction all of his life. And so I am happy that he is now in a position where it doesn't have to work that hard. But I want my daughter to see that there's still people that are struggling. And so I also just became myself a troop leader for my Girl Scout for Girl Scouts. And so I want her to be involved in the community. And so one thing that she needs to learn is not just by me telling her, be involved, do this, do that, but I have to show her. And so being a Girl Scout leader is one way. Applying here to being on the board is another way as well too, so they can see that.
What attributes are essential for successful board members? What behaviors should board members exhibit?
I believe with any position of leadership is just how you hold yourself. It's important to listen. A lot of people.
Take the next one.
A lot of people believe that they know how to listen, but truly listening is actually not talking at all. It's letting everybody else talk, and being able to hear them, because at the end, when a person is talking or is upset or arguing, whatever, the reason why they are like that is because it's something that they're trying to say. They just want to be heard. And so I feel that that's one of the strengths I have, is just listening, and trying to understand. I have my own perspective. Everybody has their own perspective. And you have to acknowledge that everybody comes from different backgrounds, but different ways in how they think. And so I've learned that. But I also have my own standards of what I feel a leadership person needs to hold themselves accountable, but also the community accountable. And so I know that's something that I will work on and work with others and listen to others.
You describe a potential challenge that you anticipate facing while serving in this position and how you might address it.
So going here at the school, and like I said, I love the Fallbrook Unified and I attended. But one of the things that I struggled at a younger age was that speaking. So what my mom tells me, I love to speak. But at the same time, I believe it was about 5th grade that I was told that I should only focus on English. And so that kind of gave me a little bit of self-conscious. And so I, for a while, was considered shy, quiet, did not speak. And so that's something that sometimes I am fearful that I'm not speaking or speaking loud enough so people can hear me. But I know it's something that I have to face, and the only way of facing it is actually doing it.
We have 2.5 minutes. It gives you some time. No, I guess not.
So, okay, well, thank you for your time and your interest. We request that you return to room 302 until all candidates have participated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all right. I did it.
Doesn't bother me.
Okay, so our third candidate is Leticia Maldonado Stamos. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for your interest in the board vacancy for trustee area 4. For clarification, this position is a provisional appointment through November 2024. The selected candidate has the option to run in the 2024 election to complete the remaining 2 years of the term. We have allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. You will have 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we have 6 questions to ask of you. You may take as little or as much time for each question as you wish, but the questions will stop after 15 minutes, even if all the questions have not been addressed. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep the time limit in mind as you respond. You will be notified when there are 5 minutes remaining and how many questions are remaining. Please begin with your 2-minute opening statement where you tell us about yourself. Be sure to include experiences relevant to this position and the strengths you bring as a member of the board. Before we proceed with your opening statement, the questions we will ask are in front of you on the podium. You have 1 minute to organize your thoughts before beginning your opening statement, and we'll let you know when that 1 minute is.
So do I just start or?
If you like.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me here and thank you for interviewing all of us. I think we have some wonderful candidates here. So who am I and why am I here? I'm a mother, wife, grandmother. I was a migrant farm worker who picked crops all over Central and Northern California. I was the first in my family to earn a college degree and the first woman in the United States to hold a field executive management position with the Boy Scouts of America. I went back to college to earn my teaching credential at 53 years of age in order to teach here in Fallbrook. These are just a few of the challenges that I have faced to be in this place with you today. My decision to apply was an easy one because I am fulfilling my purpose most in life when I'm serving my community, particularly underserved children and families. But also a difficult decision because I have family obligations that require a great deal of juggling and support. I wouldn't dream of doing this without the help of my family and friends. I'm here because I have seen firsthand as an employee and a community member what trustees can do to hurt this community and what they can accomplish when they choose to govern so children are uplifted and families are served in a way that only public education can serve. I'm deeply invested in Fallbrook and believe that I offer insight that will help move the mission and academic goals of this district forward for the benefit of all children. Fallbrook deserved a board committed and invested in public education, whose number one goal is to make sure our children are getting a full and rigorous academic instruction. The unique experience and background that I would bring to this table would be an asset that I don't believe anyone else applying can bring. I stand here, and to say this to you does not come easy for me, but it isn't boasting. It's a lifetime of preparation and decades of encouragement by former teachers, mentors, and all of my ancestors. I hope you will see fit to allow me to serve in this capacity. Thank you. So are you going to ask me the questions or do I just read them or how? Okay.
Hi. What do you see as the basic purpose of the public school system? What is the role of the governing board in the fulfillment of that purpose?
Well, I think the basic purpose of public education anywhere in the United States is to provide our future of our country, of our communities with literate and critical thinking citizens, people who can move us forward as a society, as a community, and providing a level playing field for everyone. I think public education is the way to provide equity, access to all the things that this country has to offer us. And the role of the governing board is to govern in such a way that that is possible, that children of all backgrounds, of all economic standings, whatever their ethnic group is, all religions, that they all have that same access to a full and rigorous education. And the governing board is responsible for putting the policies in place and the procedures to make that happen. And of course, dealing with the top administrator, making sure that they hire the best administrator, that that person is evaluated properly, compensated properly, so that those goals are met.
What are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? And which is your highest priority and why?
Well, I think what I'm proudest of this district is the staff. I've had the opportunity to work with teachers as a fellow educator and as a volunteer, as a friend. And I don't think that there's any district that can outshine the commitment and the dedication that our staff has. Our staff has been able to overcome a lot of obstacles and dealing with just administrators and pandemic and all kinds of issues. And I think that's our strength. I think our parents can be a strength. I think we have an obligation to involve them in a more meaningful and engage them in a way that they have a lot more say and a lot more involvement in their children's education, but in a way that is authentic and in a way that will make them feel successful as parents and as their first educators. What I would like to accomplish as a board member, I think working with parents has always been one of my strongest suits. I relate very well to parents and they relate to me. I see parents of my students all over town and I'm always la maestra. And I tell them, my name's Leticia, sí maestra. And I appreciate that and I respect that because I think that that's a relationship that we have worked on. We've been diligent about maintaining those kinds of relationships I have with my parents. So I think trying to do more meaningful and authentic activities that will engage our parents. And I think that Fallbrook, I think we would be putting our heads in the sand if we don't, kind of address the elephant in the room. Fallbrook is becoming very fractured, and we need to bring that back together again for the sake of all of our students, for our families. So I think the highest priority would be to just make sure that we're always focused on the education of our children, that we send them off into the high school prepared to be successful, to know what success is, that it's not just a word or a catchphrase, that they will feel like this is a continuation, that high school is a continuation of a successful educational experience that they had here.
Identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal value and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Well, I think probably the most recent is the hiring of Monica Hazel and just being faithful to the process. That was something that when the process first started, as a community member, I felt that we had a good process in place. And very quickly, it appeared to be unraveling. And I was really concerned about that. I was concerned about the just the respect for a process that appeared to be well thought out, was not being honored and respected. So when the board decided to put all else aside, listening to what everybody had to say was important, but to put all of those other things aside and follow the process and trust the process, I thought that was really commendable. Something that maybe, for lack of a better word, a weaker or a more fractured board would not have done. So I was very proud of that as a community member. Balancing community concerns. I think the fact that it's this is an open place for people to come and speak. I think people feel safe. People feel that they can express their concerns and that they're being heard. And if it's something that can be addressed by this group, that I think they feel that it will be addressed. And if it's something that can't be, that this group will tell them so, that it's either contrary to state law, federal law, our own policies. And I think that that's probably something that I value personally, because, and you all know this, I felt that when people come here to speak and they don't feel that they're being treated fairly, or that there's a sudden change in process or procedure without notification, it's offensive, and you feel like you come here with honesty and with your thoughts well presented, and you're not given the chance to speak. But I think that you all have addressed those kinds of concerns, and that the public feels that they can come here and be heard properly. And really, a lot of times that's all people need. They just need to know that they're being heard and they're being respected. As far as my personal issue and beliefs, determine how to vote on the issue, I think that when you serve in this kind of capacity, and my work in other boards, we have differences. We're not always going to think the same. But one of the things that I've learned by serving on the board is once you make a decision, that's the board's decision. And however you feel about it personally, you've had your chance to try to convince your fellow board members. If it didn't work out, so be it. You are a board and you speak with one voice. So I think going back to having that respect for your fellow board members, that you feel that your opinions and your beliefs are respected, and you respect your fellow board members. Once you have that honest and authentic debate and discussion, and the decision is made, that's it. Okay.
So please briefly tell us about your background, strengths, and what motivates you to want to become a board member.
Well, I think you have my strengths and my background in your documentation there. But I think my biggest strength is my ability to relate to other people, working as a team, getting things done. I have a lot of experience working in management, with budgets, working with board members, working with staff, and utilizing management by objectives as a professional, as well as just in my home, the way I manage myself. What motivates me is I want to make sure that everyone at that table has got every student in this district's well-being in mind first. Everything else is secondary. And if you have that in mind, then everything will work out. It's when all of these other things start coming into place that we lose our focus and the purpose of being here.
What attributes are essential for a successful school board members? What behaviors should school board members exhibit?
Well, I think, again, what's essential is being able to work with other people, being able to really respect families wherever they're coming from, knowing the law, knowing how to apply the law, knowing how to deal with situations that may appear to be in contrary to the law, but upholding those things that we know are essential as a state and federal agency to make sure that our students are getting the right education, the best education. In terms of behavior, confidentiality is very important. And I keep going back to that word respect, because if you don't respect one another, there's no way you're going to be able to work together. So respect and honoring where people come from. And just being nice, for crying out loud.
Can you describe a potential challenge you anticipate facing while serving in this position and how you might address it?
Well, again, I'm going to be really honest with you. My biggest challenge is my family obligations, because everything else has prepared me to be here today, as I said earlier. I have a husband who's diagnosed with Parkinson's. He needs a lot of support and a lot of help. This has been a real challenge for him to get to the point of supporting me, but he's done it. And now I have to meet my end of the bargain and make sure that he's taken care of. But I think that's my biggest challenge. But everything else I think I can handle. And I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, well, thank you for your time and your interest. We request that you return to room 302 until all the candidates have participated.
Can I make one more statement, even though it's not part of the questions, since I have a minute? I think I had a minute.
A minute.
Okay, well, I just want to say that although I would be representing the area 4, that all of you that sit there and whoever sits there would be representing all of the families in Fallbrook. And the fact that we have 65 or more than 60% of our families that speak Spanish, they're from Spanish-speaking families. Again, I think that's something that I would bring to this table that would balance out the board a little bit better, so that we're not just looking at who our voters are, but who are the people that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so our fourth candidate is Constance Fish. Good evening and thank you for your interest in the board vacancy for trustee area 4.
Thank you.
For clarification, this position is a provisional appointment through November 2024. The selected candidate has the option to run in the 2024 election to complete the remaining 2 years of the term. We have allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. You will have 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we have 6 questions to ask of you. You may take as little or as much time on each question as you wish, but the questions will stop at 15 minutes, even if all the questions have not been addressed. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep the time limit in mind as you respond. You will be notified when there are 5 minutes remaining and how many questions are remaining. Please begin with your 2-minute opening statement where you tell us about yourself. Be sure to include experiences relevant to this position and the strengths you will bring as a board member. Before you proceed with your opening statement, the questions we will ask are in front of you on the podium. You have 1 minute to organize your thoughts before beginning your opening statement, and we'll let you know when 1 minute is up.
Thank you. Interesting questions. Well, I will start with, who am I? I have the experience of having worked in 6 school districts. And that's because in an area like California, the districts are small. And if you want a promotion, you got to move on because the person whose job you want won't retire. And so I started teaching in LA Unified back a few years ago, but then I've worked in small districts and large districts in San Diego County, and my last district was here as the assistant soup of ed services. When I retired, I was then a part-time faculty for Point Loma Nazarene University and had the opportunity to teach a lot of administrators and a lot of teachers and supervise and mentor and that kind of thing, which was great. Use my experience. I'm a mom and a grandma too. And I sense very much the importance of parent involvement in schools and why we need to pay attention to what they need and want. And I also recognize the uniqueness of each student. We can't treat kids like they're all the same. They're very different, every one of them. In terms of the role as a board member, and as far as I'm concerned, all the decisions as a board member need to be made based on what's best for students. We really have to pay attention, even when it's budgeting. Our priorities and prudence needs to be based on what's going to help the most kids learn the most. I'm very aware because of my experiences about governance and working together as a board and how we have to be congenial with one another and learn how to find answers together. I also do understand that supporting the needs of all of the staff is also for the benefit of students. So whether it's budgeting, salaries, whatever it might be, training, that needs to be decided on the basis of what's good for students. I have a lot of value in this community. We moved here when I got a job here and didn't know that we'd be staying. And now we've been here 23 years. I've been very involved in the community and in Rotary and in the Fallbrook Arts and have read at the elementary schools and done all kinds of things like that too. My goal is to help the elementary school district continue to grow and achieve. And I'm excited at the opportunity of possibly serving on the board.
Hi. What do you see as the basic purpose of the public school system? What is the role of the governing board in the fulfillment of that purpose?
I think the public school system is here to provide an opportunity for all children. There are people who can afford private schools and the kids can get a great education. But public schools are to make sure it happens for all students. And that's what is so critical. And the purpose of the school board is to take care of this community, whatever school board you're talking about. Their responsibility is to look at the needs of the students in that community and to make sure that the kids get the opportunities that they need to do the best they can in school to move forward and be wonderful citizens of our country.
What are you proud of this in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? Which is your highest priority and why?
Well, now I'm going to sound real selfish. One of the things I'm proud of is I wrote the grant for the preschool program over there, the Mike Choate building. And so that's one of the things I'm really proud of. But as I've watched the district over the years, I have attended some of the Leadership in Me things that schools have put on. And I'm so proud of the direction the district has taken over the years of really teaching leadership in kids. At Rotary, I hear the kids speak every year and talk about what they've learned and what they know. And I think that's just something to be proud of. What I want to accomplish as a board member is to help a board make the best decisions they can. And that's going to be repetitive for the students. And my highest priority is to make sure we look at what students aren't making it and what are we doing about it. And looking very deep at what that looks like.
Okay, so identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal value and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Well, I have to be honest, I can't tell you a recent board decision. I looked through the last year's board minutes and I didn't really see anything that caught my attention that I would say I felt really strongly about, other than the fact that when I looked at the comments that were made and some of the things in the minutes, I saw there was a lot of work put into making sure the budget was where it needed to be and that the district was in a strong position. There's all kinds of laws, state and federal laws, that we have to work on. And all of those things are difficult to do at the same time when you are trying to meet the needs of everybody. And that's staff, salaries, all of that has to come together. And so while I can't tell you about a particular recent board decision, what I would say that my personal value and benefits will determine how to vote on how do you combine all those things and put them together for what's best for the students.
Very good. So please briefly tell us about your background, strengths, and what motivates you to want to become a board member.
Well, I think you saw my background is in education and in administration as well as teaching. I always said that when I was a principal, I never stopped being a teacher. I was teaching teachers. When I became an assistant superintendent, I was still teaching principals. I never stopped teaching. And so what I think my strengths I bring is my knowledge of what it takes to be a successful teacher, what it looks like when a student is a successful student. And what motivates me to become a board member is I'm so proud of this community and this school district in so many ways and what's been accomplished, even walking around and how much prettier this place is than it used to be. That I would count it a privilege to be able to help keep the school district moving forward and doing the best it can.
What attributes are essential for successful school board members? What behaviors should board members exhibit?
Well, I think attributes have to have, board members have to have an open mind. They have to be willing to hear about things that they aren't necessarily familiar with or think they have a very strong opinion about. And I think an attribute is the ability to listen and hear different points of view. And behaviors that board members need to exhibit are politeness to each other, to the audience, to administrators, to whatever. I think I think a school board has a tremendous opportunity to demonstrate to the entire community. And by community, I don't mean just the Fallbrook community, but to students and to teachers and to administrators, what is important and what good behavior looks like.
You describe a potential challenge that you would anticipate facing while serving in this position and how you might address it.
I looked very carefully over the recent scores on our assessments. And I was very concerned about how low our scores were on our English language learners, as well as our second language Hispanic students, that they're just not moving up where I think they ought to be. And so that is one of my biggest concerns and something that I will want to address repeatedly. And what are we doing to make that better? I was also concerned to see that math was still not better than I thought it could be by now. And knowing my background, I know how much math has to do with students' ability to understand words. Math is about language. It's not just about numbers. And so what can be done to make sure we are building a better understanding of math with students and not just second language learners? I think one of the things that jumped out at me looking at the statistics were how much better the students on Camp Pendleton did. And one of the reasons for that is the parents have a lot more ability in many cases to help their students because they have the background. And so what are we doing for students whose parents aren't able to tutor their kids or are too busy making a living to support them? How are we helping those students? And I'm really proud of what this district has done with the after-school programs and the work that you've done with the Boys and Girls Club to provide more opportunities for kids. But maybe we need to take a look at are the programs we're offering the best, or do we need to find better ways to make even greater progress? And we've made progress. There's no question about that. But that's where my priority would be.
Well, thank you for your time and your interest. We request that you return to room 302 until all candidates have participated.
Wait, we're having a good time in there.
Oh.
Thank you.
That's good to hear.
Worried about
that. That's a good start.
Good evening.
Good evening. Our fifth candidate is Kathy Curley. Good evening and thank you for your interest in the board vacancy for trustee area 4. For clarification, this position is a provisional appointment through November 2024. The selected candidate has the option to run in the 2024 election to complete the remaining 2 years of the term. We have allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. You will have 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we have 6 questions to ask of you. You may take as little or as much time on each question as you wish, but the questions will stop after 15 minutes, even if all the questions have not been addressed. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep the time limit in mind as you respond. You will be notified when there are 5 minutes remaining and how many questions are remaining. Please begin with your 2-minute opening statement where you tell us about yourself. Be sure to include your experiences relevant to the position and the strength that you bring as a board member. Before you proceed with your opening statement, the questions that we will ask are in front of you on the podium. You have 1 minute to organize your thoughts before beginning your opening statement. We will let you know when 1 minute is up.
All right, thank you. Well, thank you for the opportunity to interview for this important position this evening. I'm sure you've all read my application. You know that I'm a retired educator of 34 plus years. In addition, I've always been in the communities where I have lived, both through the schools and nonprofit organizations. And I'd like you to know that tonight I come not with my own personal agenda, but for serving on the board, but with a genuine caring for students, parents, and the Fallbrook School District to make the best decision for all students. In terms of my experience, I started in Los Angeles Unified School District in Watts. After the first trimester, I was moved, basically because I was the only white teacher there, and being blonde and tall, I kind of stood out. I was moved to South Central LA, where I taught for 13 years. My students were all from Mexico or Cuba. Very few of them spoke English, and most of the parents did not. At the time, my first husband, who's passed, also was Hispanic. So I lived the culture in my own home. I chose to go back to school to become bilingual, to learn the culture so I could better serve my students. Through my entire career, I've always been an advocate for all students, regardless of what skills they come to the school district or the school with, what language they speak, or what culture they're from. As you heard tonight, one of the speakers who spoke on my behalf, at one time I had 14 languages and cultures in my classroom, which was 6th grade in the Upland Unified School District. And so I found it very necessary to help students and parents understand about different languages and cultures and helping students to achieve the best they could. But for students to feel and be able to do that, they had to feel good about coming to school. So I think that was a big impetus for me in terms of trying to branch out and create cultural learnings for all students. I ended up, after leaving teaching, becoming a principal. I chose to go to several schools. I was in Riverside as an AP. I left there because even though I was offered a principalship, the principals did not work collaboratively. And that's always been something I believe in. I then went to Ontario Montclair, where I served for 4 years until I came to Fallbrook at La Paloma. And then after I retired, I worked another 3 years part-time for the district, serving as the administrator for IEPs because of the need we have for so many students on Camp Pendleton. So that's pretty much about me. I'm lucky tonight to have one of my daughters here. And my granddaughter went to schools here in Fallbrook all the way through graduating Fallbrook High School. So it's a real part of our family.
Thank you. What do you see as the basic purpose of the public school system? What is the role of the governing board in the fulfillment of that purpose?
Well, the basic purpose of the public school system is, of course, to teach students, to support the needs of all students, as well as parents and staff. I believe that schools need to offer a rigorous educational experience. We are preparing students to be contributors to our society once they're out of school. I think the school needs to listen to the community that they serve and use that information in terms of making the best decisions possible. In terms of children, I really believe, I always have, all children should be able to receive the same equitable education. They come to schools with already a skill set, but also may have needs. In my experience, very often in the days when I first started teaching, my students who would come to school with no breakfast, we were allowed to give them milk and graham crackers because they need to have food in order to learn.
Thank goodness our schools now at least have been able to progress to where all schools do have meals. I think it's very important. So I think in terms of when you receive a child, getting to know them, getting to know their parents is crucial. You need to have parents be involved in their kid's life. And sometimes they can't because of the basis of working, split families, whatever it may be. Unfortunately, we've all seen some of the difficult sides of that, but I think in terms of supporting kids so they can be lifelong learners is very important. In terms of the role of the governing board to fulfill that purpose, the school board, because they also are vested in the community, need to support the students and the parents so they can learn. They also need to support the staff. So staff have resources that they can teach. The school board is fiscally responsible to make sure that the district is solvent and making sure that schools have necessary resources, equipment, etc., learning materials for kids. Obviously, ensuring that I think with school boards, my experience has been, and all the school boards I've been involved with, that they really do care about kids and learning. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sitting up there. And they know that they are also required to follow processes, rules that are established by the district, laws and codes and things. But I think having that understanding of what the purpose is to support our kids and provide them the best education we can. Thank you. What are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? Which is your highest priority and why? One of the things I'm proudest of this district is my experience as an educator. I found when I came to Fallbrook, I really truly believe they have some of the most outstanding teachers. It was my ability to be able to work and identify teachers. One who spoke for me tonight, Marilyn McGregor, was an outstanding fourth grade teacher. And Fallbrook School District has always been big on establishing staff development. I think they've always been on the cuspus of ensuring that their teachers were trained, and they were always at the beginning of the line to get teachers trained rather than following behind. My teachers, as principal at La Paloma, for example, I think were always very willing to receive the training necessary to provide the best instruction. And they were open to being able to provide them in areas that maybe they weren't as strong. So for example, when I came into La Paloma, there was still sort of this feeling and belief that because I, as a teacher, speak English all day, my kids are learning English as a second language. And my role as a principal and in charge of their staff development, along with the district, was to help them understand, no, it is a special curricular area, and we have resources to teach this to the kids. But I think that having strong teachers as staff has always been a strength of this district. In terms of liking to accomplish, what would I like to accomplish as a board member? What I'm hoping is that what I see going on today is there's a lot of division, and I've always felt I'm a very collaborative person. I'm a good listener. I'd like to try to work with people to come to a decision that we can all agree upon. And so as a board member, I would hope to be able to contribute to that. My highest priority and why
Well, I think in terms of creating a board that can work cohesively together and make the best decisions for our students. Okay.
So identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal value and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
I'm not aware of a recent board decision that was made that caused the division. I would say I know there's conversations about schools and books, what's going on in libraries. I would feel that in terms of that, I would want to hear what my community has to say, what my parents have to say, what my staff teachers have to say, as well as what the board members have to say. And following state and federal laws, I know of some new AB bills that have gone into place in the state of California recently with our governor. I think in terms of looking at what's best for kids and doing my best to make those decisions. My background strengths and what motivates me to become a board member. Well, I think in terms of being collaborative, working together, I'm very aware of the workings of the district. Fiscal responsibility is number one. This district has always prided itself in being fiscally solvent. I was very lucky to work here and have that experience. I think attributes that are essential for successful school board members. I think they need to be open. I think they need to be inquisitive, ask questions. I think they need to do their due diligence and do research. I think they need to find out about what the problems are. They need to talk to their community, to their parents, and to their students at times. I would hope that behaviors in terms of board members and that they would be respectful of each other. They would listen openly to each other. They would ask questions, but they would respect opinions. People do not always agree, and I understand that. But coming to fruition to agree not to agree is sometimes what you need to do. Potential challenge you anticipate facing while serving the position. I would imagine, having gone to many board meetings, that there are always things that come up and board members can be challenged. Sometimes I feel that people do not have all the information and therefore they don't make the best decision. They think they are, but they don't have all the information. I think board members need to help them understand and see if you can't help that person get to where they need to be. My experience has been community and parents, which usually are the same, come because they care about their kids. And they might be very adamant, they might be vocal, they might be loud, sort of the mama bear syndrome. I remember very well of wanting to protect your kids and have the best for them. So I think that that's going to happen. That's a given. And it's not whether you're a board member or a principal or a teacher. You face those same kinds of things. but listening and being interactive with that person and trying to help them understand what are they trying to get to? What is it that they want for their child? And I think you can come to a decision that hopefully they would be happy with.
Okay, well, thank you for your time and your interest. We request that you return to room 302 until all the candidates have participated.
All right, thank you.
I have. I don't know where to start. Oh, it's over here. This one. Hi. So our sixth candidate is Roxanne Fee. Good evening and thank you for your interest in the board vacancy for trustee area 4. For clarification, this position is a provisional appointment through November 2024. The selected candidate has the option to run in the 2024 election to complete the remaining 2 years of the term. We have allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. You will have up to 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we have 6 questions to ask of you. You may take as little time or as much time on each question as you wish, but the questions will stop after 15 minutes, even if all the questions have not been addressed. The board is interested in your responses to all the questions, so please keep the time limit in mind when you're responding. You will be notified when there are 5 minutes remaining and how many questions are remaining. Please begin with your 2-minute opening statement where you tell us about yourself. Be sure to include experiences relevant to the position and the strengths you will bring as a board member. Before we proceed with your opening statement, the questions that we will ask are in front of you on the podium. You have 1 minute to organize your thoughts before beginning your opening statement. We will let you know when 1 minute is up.
It's 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yep. Good evening, board and administrators. Thank you for the opportunity to apply for this position and serve our community. My name is Roxanne Fee. I'm a mother of 2 and a grandma. I was a single mother for 14 years and I raised my 2 children on my own with the support of my mother, my grandmother, and dear friends. I have been married to my husband, Daniel, for 13 years. I have a strong background in construction project management, contract writing, budgeting, and a lot of that experience is coming from being the only woman on the project team during the Camp Pendleton major housing redevelopment, and I'm currently an estimator. One of my goals, if selected, would be to collaborate with parents, teachers, and administrators to restore the classroom to a safe, healthy educational environment. Not all students go home to supportive environments and atmospheres. Many in our community are needed to help their parents, to support their parents and help them at home by caring for younger siblings and sometimes being the adult in the home, which contributes to high absenteeism in our district. As adults in their lives, we need to do everything possible to work together to ensure that students have a supportive educational environment to improve and achieve their academic performance and reach their personal goals. I encourage the board to truly become diverse, not only in its mindset and problem-solving approaches, but having trustees from all demographics. I currently live in Horse Creek, and we, as a newer community, we lack representation. We also lack trustees, we also lack trustees representation that does not have a background in education. Finally, if selected, I believe I would be either the first or one of the very few from the Black community to sit on this board. Let's show all of our students and parents that everyone here in Fallbrook has a voice. Thank you.
Hi. What do you see as the basic purpose of the public school system? What is the role of the governing board in the fulfillment of that purpose?
The basic purpose of the public school system, I believe, is to supply or to provide all of our children, regardless of where they come from or who they are, an education to read, write, math, social studies, history, all of that, to give them a basic education. And the role of the board is to ensure that the policies set in place are put forward, and that they listen to the community and the parents and govern from their decisions based on what the community wants.
What are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? Which is your highest priority and why?
What I am proud of in this district is I have friends, I don't have small children that are in the school system, but I hear from their students how happy they are, and my neighbors and everything. They talk about their teachers and they share what they've learned, and they're always excited to go to school. And I think that the district does a great job reaching out to the community and trying to involve the parents. Not all parents want to, or can be involved. As a single parent, I know it was hard, but I do see programs where the kids are, and their families and communities are pulled in to provide that child with the best education and experience. And what I would like to accomplish as a board member is to get people to work together and forget their sides, their religious beliefs, their political beliefs, and all of that, and truly work together despite all of those differences, because ultimately the goal is to provide the best education environment for each and every child. My highest priority and why is, I would think, would be transparency to the parents and represent the parents, and not, I hear frustration of there aren't parents on the board, there aren't trustees on the board, it's just past educators. And that kind of gets, unfortunately, the district in a loop where people start to give up and they start to not want to be involved, and they get discouraged because everyone's an old teacher, everyone's, a past administrator or whatever on the board. And so they don't feel comfortable having true representation for themselves.
Identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal value and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
I really don't know if it was a decision, because I wasn't able to access all of the school boards, but I did watch one where parents were here and they were concerned that their children had wet themselves because they didn't have access to bathrooms. And each parent was frustrated because what they were told was that, and that was policy, that was policy, that was policy. And those parents were very upset. The children I heard them say they don't want to come back to school. And I could not understand why an adult on that campus could not make a decision or give that parent an answer, why a parent would have to show up at a board meeting upset and embarrassed for their child to get an answer. And I thought it was really, and I don't know the decision and the outcome of it, because the rest of it wasn't on the board's meetings that I'm at, but I just thought that was really disappointing. And that was something that should never, ever happen to a student. in the 8th grade. Kindergarten, I mean, okay, but 8th grade, I thought that was just terrible. And the parents, I think, left the meeting kind of frustrated because they still weren't getting an answer or response. And maybe there is one and I'm just not aware of it, but that really shocked me that whatever the policy is, I'm sure it's for safety, so the kids aren't going in there and doing things they shouldn't do, but an adult at that place should have been able to tell that parent when the parent came to pick up their child why the doors were locked.
Okay, please briefly tell us about your background, strengths, and what motivates you to want to become a board member.
My background, like I said, is in construction, project management. I was part of the design quality control team where I was reading plans and comparing them to the specs for a project, for the construction project, excuse me. So I'm fairly well versed in budgeting and construction and estimating and how much things should cost versus how much they end up costing. I think my strengths are I'm not afraid to say I don't know something. I will ask a question. Obviously, if I were on the board, I don't know everything that's going on, but I will not shy away from that and stand firm on something if I don't have all the information. And what motivates me to become part of the board is I just can't sit by and make comments. I have to be a part of the solution. Because I have grandchildren that are coming up and will be in school, and I don't want them in a battlefield in their classroom. I want them educated. Like when I was in school, we were educated. Our teachers, we just knew our teachers loved us and cared for us. And that's what I want for every kid. Because so many kids do go home to terrible situations. School needs to be a place where every adult that child sees is getting along, is working together to help that child achieve their goal.
What attributes are essential for successful school board members? What behaviors should school board members exhibit?
Honesty, transparency, willingness to discuss the hard things and not just dig your heels in. You have got to listen to the other side. You have got to listen to someone who has a different opinion than you, because if not, we're not going to get anywhere. I think we need to be, like I said, transparent. There should be no behind the scenes plans or ideas. Everything is out here in the front. That's how I try to live my personal life. This is who I am. I don't have, I have a past like we all do, but I share it. And it's like, hey, that's who I am. But I think here we need to be respectful. We need to be open, and we have got to communicate effectively and work with the other side. There shouldn't be sides, because we should all be on the children's side, but we should be working together to make sure these kids have everything they need to be safe and healthy and educated. And what behavior should, I think I kind of answered that.
Good, thank you. Can you describe a potential challenge you anticipate facing while serving in this position and how you might address it?
A potential challenge here on the board. I think because we all are human, we do run into, no, I feel strongly about this. No, you feel, so to always, I don't think it's necessarily a challenge, but to always remind myself, this isn't about me. This is about the children. And I hope that I can help everybody when we're in those moments, remind us that it's about the children, not about winning or losing or being right or wrong. What's best for the children always needs to be first and foremost. And I think a challenge that I face is that I am not an educator. I have a different background. I don't, sitting in that room, everyone knows everybody. And I'm kind of like, okay, they're all talking, remember this? So to me, it's kind of like, okay, we need something fresh. We need something new. We need someone here that isn't connected to everyone. We have got to be more transparent and more diverse in our ways of thinking and everything. So that was just, that's just, a challenge and just something that we as a board or everybody needs to address and figure how we move forward to supporting our kids the best. Sorry.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your time and your interest. We request that you return to room 302 until all the candidates have participated. Thank you very much. So we will now take a 5-minute recess. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. I will and take it before.
I am
Relax. I guess that wouldn't. Okay, so our 7th candidate is Jane Wasco. Good evening and thank you for your interest in the board vacancy for trustee area 4. For clarification, this position is a provisional appointment through November 2024. The selected candidate has the option to run in the 2024 election to complete the remaining 2 years of the term. We have allowed 15 minutes for each applicant today. You will have up to 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Following your opening statement, we have 6 questions to ask of you. You may take as little or as much time as you like on each question but at 15 minutes, we will stop you. Even if all the questions have been answered, have not been addressed, I'm sorry. The board is interested in the responses to all the questions, so please keep the time limit in mind as you respond. You will be notified when there are 5 minutes remaining and how many questions are remaining. Please begin with your 2-minute opening statement where you tell us about yourself. Be sure to include experiences relevant to the position and the strengths that you would bring as a member of the board. Before we proceed with your opening statement, the questions we will ask are in front of you on the podium.
Yes, and I forgot my glasses,
Oh,
so I can struggle. What's that? May I? Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I love it. Okay. So you have 1 minute to organize your thoughts before beginning your opening statement. We will let you know when 1 minute is up unless you'd like to start before the 1 minute is up.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here to be considered for this position. I appreciate it. My name is Jane Wasco. Been a little mispronounced, but a lot of people here know me from Bonsall, and I was Jane Dupes. When I was at Bonsall, people know me as Mrs. Dupes. So I don't know if that makes a difference with any of you or not, but I think it's important that I have kind of 2 names, 2 identities, if you will. I've lived in Fallbrook for 21 years or more, a few years more. 16 years at my present address on Area 4. And 18 years I served at Bonsall as the librarian for the elementary school. It was a great opportunity for me to learn how a school district operates, the monies that are needed to run a school district appropriately. And I'll talk more about that when I come down to answer some of these other questions of some of the hats I wore when I was at Bonsall. I have 3 children, 2 of whom have families outside of California, and I have a daughter here in Fallbrook with 2 grandchildren. One of them is at May Ellis, and the other one will follow as well. So this is why I want to be on the board. I want to ensure their education and all of the children and families in the district, Fallbrook district. I think that's really important. And I would like to be a part of that. So is that my 2 minutes? Oh, did you leave the money?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anyway, at Bonsall, do you want me to talk a little bit about Bonsall at this time and what my job skills there to answer the questions? Do you want me to read the question and go forward with that?
They're going to ask each of the questions for you.
Oh, they are. Oh, I didn't need my glasses.
Done with your,
Okay.
Hi.
I am. Hi.
What do you see as the basic purpose of the public school system? What is the role of the governing board in the fulfillment of that purpose?
That's a wonderful question. The school board has a vision that is presented, I would believe, by the superintendent and assistant superintendent and other professionals within the district. And I think that the school board needs to oversee those decisions and also be, what's the word I want to use? Protective and provide feedback and guidance with those decisions and present it to the community as well. I also think that the school board needs to have, it's a consensus and it's a governing body, so you have to have a majority rule. So if you're in the minority with the decisions, you need to find a way to be part of the majority and support what it is the majority of the people on the board would like to see happen. I am a bit aware of the vision of this district with the emphasis on attendance. You have to show up to learn. You have to be here. We need to make it important for children to come to school, for families to have their children be here at this school. And I also, another focus is on your bringing the math scores up. And those are wonderful visions to have. The path that we get there, I think you have already made some decisions about what that looks like and how to achieve that. I would love to be a part of helping to steer the success for that. And that stems from being at Bonsall. And when you say Bonsall, people know that is a district that people want to be in Bonsall. They want to be in that school, and it was a very successful district. And I'm very proud to have been at Bonsall. And I don't understand why Fallbrook doesn't have that same reputation, because you have a fabulous district. And we need to figure out a way to impart that information to the community and make it as not competitive with Bonsall, but certainly successful like Bonsall, and enjoy that reputation. I think having your aftercare program being one of 6 in the state is a big start for that. That was incredible. Who knows about that? How do we get that information out? Social media, the newspaper. Anyway, that answered the question.
Yeah, thank you. Well, actually, it kind of leads into, what are you proud of in this district? What would you like to accomplish as a board member? And which is your highest priority and why?
Well, it's the measurement that we have in our society, our test scores. It's not a full reflection of what goes on in a classroom or in a school district, but it is the only measurement we really have to assess how are we doing? How do we compare to other school districts? So we do need to elevate our test scores. If we can do that and achieve that, starting with the math, going into the reading, straight the way through to Potter, I think we have, we would be very proud. It would be fabulous for our district to have that reputation. So.
Identify a recent board decision that you felt strongly about and describe how you would balance community concerns, student needs, state and federal law, staff considerations, and your personal value and beliefs to determine how to vote on the issue.
Well, a recent board decision. I'm going to go with what I talked about earlier with the math scores and how you present that and get the teachers on board and able to embrace that as well. I think that's a very legitimate and a not noble. It's what we need to do as a district to bring us in to this next year and the years beyond and be impactful down the road for students. My personal value and beliefs to determine how to vote on an issue. You have to be prepared. You have to understand the issue. You have to understand how this issue might impact immediately, how this issue or the decision you make long-term impacts the district, the families within the district, the teachers in the district, and the children within the district. And you do that with research, education. There are a lot of elements to be able to make an informed decision, but I think it's imperative that you do that so that we impact in a correct and proper way and look at it in the long term as well. So.
Please briefly tell us about your background, strengths, and what motivates you to want to become a board member.
Well, in the 18 years at Bonsall, as the librarian, I served on site council for 4 of those years that I was there, and then I served at Potter for 2 years on site council. I got to understand how the state and federal monies are allocated, and they are specific in how you can spend those monies. Site council was a discretionary fund. You could spend it however that particular school needed, and it was based on the number of students, and you got a dollar amount per student, and it would bridge things. Say they needed musical instruments, or let's see, the library could always use books. There were a lot of areas that playground equipment, assemblies. There were a lot of ways that a district, and it would be individuals. Each school had different sets needs that money could cover. So site council prepared me for some of the budgetary and the needs within a district that, and there are many. It's an endless sort of situation. Also at Bonsall, you remember 2008, that's when I earned my teaching credential at National University, hoping to go into a classroom. 2008, everybody was pink slipped. The teachers that did get jobs had tenure or district service already. They were first and second year teachers. But with that budget cut came things where PTA had to take up some of the slack that the districts no longer had money for. For instance, Bonsall cut their buses, so the bus service was gone in most of its form. We lost teachers, classrooms were going to be bigger, so forth. So I thought, if we can't go to assemblies, let's bring the assemblies here. I got the grade level reps to a representative from K. We didn't have TK at that time, but kindergarten through to 5th grade. And we met with PTA. They were more than willing to share their money and bring the assemblies to the school, since we could not get out into the community. So that was fun to organize. It's fun spending other people's money. I'm not going to lie. But organizational skills, yes, I'm in a library. The other really big benefit that I have is I worked closely with San Diego County Office of Ed. They have a librarian part of their program, and we would go for annual meetings. Vicki Reed was there, and now it's a gentleman by the name of Jonathan Hunt. Fabulous people, fabulous training, from textbooks to technology to board adopted books, and they would supply us with books. So we always had a fresh books coming, but it was hard in a school district. We had sometimes 800 to 1,100 students at Bonsall. So if you have one copy of a book, that's not enough. So we would have to figure out other revenues to be able to get more books in the hands of students. And so it was always a struggle. So, oh, wow. Okay. Next question. Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
What attributes are essential for successful school board members? What behaviors should school board members exhibit?
Well, I think it's respect. I respect each and every one of you for the jobs that you're doing and the way that you converse with each other. And I think that's important that we maintain that. And I think school board members, we represent a group. We need to be accessible to that group and bring their ideas and their beliefs here. And we need to collaborate to come up with the best design and the best approach to the problems that we might face.
Can you describe a potential challenge you anticipate facing while serving in this position and how you might address it?
Well, I think, Ms. Martin, we have COVID monies vanishing. Is that correct? So we have to plan, how do we adapt our schools, our programs, our educators? How do we absorb that loss of income? And what programs will be impacted short-term and long-term? What's been successful that came because of COVID what didn't work as well as we had hoped, and how do we reallocate those ideas with the existing money? I think that's the biggest thing on your horizon.
Very good. Thank you for your time and interest. We request that you return to room 302 until all the candidates have participated. And we will now take a 5-minute break. And it is 3:13. We will return. I'm sorry, I always look at that clock instead of the top and say it immediately. 9:34, sorry. Now. Yeah. Session, it is 9:45. The board will now take a few minutes to review our notes and prepare for the discussion. We will respectfully request that the audience remain silent, please. We ready to discuss the top three? School board? Would you like some more time? A couple more minutes? Okay. All right. And all right. At this time, we will discuss our three top candidates. And we will begin with Ms. Settle.
Thank you for coming. My top three were Jane Wasco, Roxanne Fee, and Constance Fish. With Miss Jane Wasco, I liked it that she saw that the school board had a vision and that we can oversee those and see that the community is involved with it. She's concerned about attendance and our math scores, which that's really important to me with the schools. Bear with me, I'm trying to read my notes.
Actually, can I just make a point of order? And if I may,
Yes.
I'm thinking of it as far as process goes, maybe the board members identify the top three. And then we see what consensus exists, and then we could have a more focused discussion, other than each board member justifying their decision, their rankings. But that's at the discretion of the board.
What do you prefer, board members? We can either each talk about, as we had planned, where you each talk about the candidates that you prioritized, and then we look for the commonality between the candidates, or we can look at the commonality first and then talk about the candidates.
I think it's helpful to hear some of the rationale for why we're making our selections. I know we're trying to be brief. You had said, about a minute a person that we're talking about, so it's about 3 minutes for each of us. But I think it's helpful to hear that, and then maybe we can try and figure out where we might have some consensus. In my perspective.
Okay. Others?
I agree. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah. To discuss as much as possible.
Okay, so I think we're going to proceed as we discussed. Thank you for your input. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so to continue, I liked it that she was concerned with the test scores and how do we evaluate the tests that the schools are doing to get into unison with all the schools and not just Camp Pendleton. Board decisions, our math scores, and get teachers on board and be prepared, understand issues and how it impacts everyone. I liked it that she was on the site council at Bonsall and Potter. She worked close with San Diego. She respects the best design for problems that we address and that we have respect for one another as a board. The potential challenge was adapt the loss of income for what programs will be affected and how we can continue to prevent this. And then Roxanne, I just like that she was really open about what she wanted. The purpose was to protect all children and get a good education for them. She wants to get back to the basic reading, writing, arithmetic, listen to the community and keep them informed. She likes it that I liked it that her neighbors shared with her that the district does a great job of reaching out to parents and people work together and getting the best education. I liked it that she wanted transparency and respect for all the parents, kids, and teachers. She knows a little bit about well, a lot about budgeting because of the construction projects that she's done. She would like all of us, all the info, and needs to be part of the solution, working together to help. Honesty, transparency, listening to parents, respect, wants to be open and working together. Her challenge is not about me, it's about the children, which we all agree it's about the children. More diverse and transparency. And then Constant Fish. She has a lot of influence with the community because of the Rotary. And she's worked, in the schools. She wants to provide opportunities for all the children and the purpose to take care of the community. Kids get the best education. She likes the proud leadership in kids, Rotary board member, makes best decisions possible. Her concerns were to combine all and do what's best for the students, the teachers, and the parents in the community. She would like to see all of our teachers be successful and motivate them, which we all want. Open mind, she's willing to hear different points of view, being respectful to all students, teachers, and parents, and to bring up math scores, building better understanding. She's proud of our after-school programs and find a better way to make more progress.
Thank you. Mr. Favela.
Wow, this has been difficult.
It's hard.
But I really appreciate everyone. I'm here in efforts. I would say that I also had Constance Fish in my top. And even before I get into who I selected, I think it's important to keep in mind our goals, right, as a board, right, which is student success, student achievement. That's what what we've learned in our governance training, that a board that focuses on student achievement is a successful board. It's a successful district, and it's turns into success for students. So, and what also take into account is the fact that we're a fairly new board. I mean, the fact that Suzanne and I are veterans is yeah, this is a lot. And just from my brief experience on this board, having served with other board members that do have experience, whether it's as principals or as teachers, it offers an insight that has been very important in making decisions here. As a parent, I have a chance to see what happens within the districts by volunteering, but having the insight from administrators to have that experience, it's very important. Our children need success now, right? They need a board that can lead now, that can hit the ground running. Right, so that's what's guided me through this process here. And being that it's a short term, again, we need board members that can hit the ground running and help our students for the immediate time being. So for that reason, someone like Constance Fish, who has experience with that, stood out to me, as well as many others. I wish I could speak to more, but I appreciate how she spoke to the scores, how she's concerned how low they've been, especially ELL students. She pointed out math as well. Math is related to literacy. Very on point, very key factors to speaking to the student achievement that we're looking for, right? And we need to find better ways to do this. So I really appreciated that insight. I also appreciated Annabelle Canseco for applying, another parent. It's important to have parent voices on a school board. I recognize Annabelle as a her potential, and representing the parents, being able to motivate parents, engage with parents. I mean, it's very, I believe that's also something that we can improve on as well. So someone that can understand that need and reflect that need is also key. And then also Leticia Maldonado Stemos. Well, I mean, what else can be said about Leticia? She's a tremendous leader. We would be honored to have someone like Leticia on this board, someone who has experience as a teacher, someone who has experience mobilizing with parents, someone who's demonstrated a consistent commitment to our community for decades. This board would be blessed and honored to have someone like Leticia to serve on this board. She's a familiar face here. She attends our school board meetings quite frequently. She motivated me to even serve on this board in the first place. I can't say enough about Leticia. I mean, she would bring the experience that we need. She would the sharp vision and the commitment that this board needs as well. And also she mentioned again the focus on education of our children, student achievement again. Very, very important to have that focus on this board here. And again, I wish I could speak to, there were many other key points that everyone raised here. Where I'm at this moment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Varela. Ms. Lundin.
Okay, well, I too thought I'd start by just giving you a little sense of kind of how I tried to make my decisions. I looked so carefully at their applications, and I want to thank everybody who took such care with their applications. It was very helpful to know what you felt the most critical issues facing the district were, what your personal priorities are. So thank you. That was helpful. And today hearing you was even more important. My selections are based on the experience and training of the individuals that I was looking at. I wanted someone who had been involved in education, was familiar with what it's like to be part of a school system, has worked with kids before, understands what our teachers are going through. I wanted someone also who's been in our community for a while, who has shown their commitment to this community and understands who we are and what Fallbrook is really about. And then also, as you mentioned, since it's a one-year term, I was really looking for somebody who could hit the ground running. And as a new board member 3 years ago, I was shocked with the learning curve. It was very, very, very steep. And it took a lot of work to get where we are today. It's a big district with $100 million budget and lots of issues, and it's not a simple job, and it takes a huge amount of time. So based on that, I do agree, this was a very difficult choice. There are some outstanding candidates, but over and over, I come back to this one candidate as my first choice. She is extraordinarily impressive, demonstrated a lifetime of service. In fact, a very deep and personal lifetime commitment to youth, especially economically disadvantaged youth and English language learners, helping them find their pathways to academic success and to personal success, and to their parents and to the community at large, understanding that we are a village and we want to help everyone rise. Committed teacher and mentor, she's bilingual, deeply engaged in the community, and she served on 2 governing boards. So she knows what it's like to be a board member. And that's Leticia Maldonado Stamos. Very hard to kind of capture you because I was blown away when I saw how much you've done. You are fairly modest and humble and you have every reason to be extremely proud of what you've done. Kathy Curley was my number 2 choice. I was particularly excited that she's been a principal at La Paloma for 4 years. She knows that school. She knows our district. She has experience as a teacher, site administrator, and best of all, in our own Fallbrook district. She's bilingual, fluent in Spanish, which I think is really a fabulous ability to have in a district where 2/3 of our families are Spanish speaking. She has a granddaughter enrolled in our school, longtime resident of Fallbrook. And I was impressed that she said, single most critical issue facing us is staying focused on student success. Connie Fish is my 3rd. Again, she knows this district. She was what Dr. Husing is today, a cabinet member who's in charge of curriculum and instruction. That person sets the policy and tone through the district, and that's a significant job. She has a doctorate in education, lived in Fallbrook over 20 years. She knows our community, and she too has been on governing boards. So those are my 3.
Thank you. So for me, it was Jan Wasco. On the part of the attendance and bringing up the math scores, that she has paid attention and noticed that that's one huge area that we're working on, the academics and the attendance. And the other is that she agrees that test scores are a way that our society measures. And we do need to elevate those test scores. She understands the issues of including the teachers, the staff, the parents, and the students. Also that she served on the site council. And that when there were issues with her school back in 2008, where they were reducing buses, the transportation, the lack of teachers or teachers that were lost, that she organized activities to include the kids on areas that maybe the budget wasn't there, or the staff wasn't there. Then also the respect that she has for our board, and that she would be included in having with each other. And that she understood and was aware that was thinking ahead about the loss of income that we will have from the COVID money coming up, and what ways we would work on that, and her thoughts on how she would work with us in those areas. Then my other top was William Kavanaugh. And for him, it was helping the students become solid citizens and help them to have skills necessary for the future, and how to do better in preparing those students for a changing society, which we all definitely see coming already here, but it's going to change even more as we believe. Then that he liked to emphasize on the need to increase more services and help for the special ed. That was a concern of his. Was a positive for me. There are certain skills that the kids don't receive in basic learning that they need, so in order so that they don't have to try to catch up later, which might not happen if they don't get the basics before, which I often say before 3rd grade, if a child can't read, pretty much everybody knows, then they may never catch up, or they may struggle for the rest of their academic career. That he understood the budget, that it's about making sure that the kids are taken care of first. And that's what is motivating him to run, is his experience as a retired teacher, but his focus being on the kids. And my third one is Roxanne B. I, as Mr. Favela, agree that parents, but also grandparents, need to be represented. The basic purpose that she spoke about was providing to all our children to read, write, social studies, all the basics, no matter what economic or anything else that they come from. Then to help people work together despite differences, and the final goal being again about the kids and getting a good education. She, having worked with construction and knowing a lot about the budget, that's another plus for me. That she's not afraid to ask questions. That's huge, because as we're on this learning curve, you got to ask questions. You can't let it be afraid or that somebody's going to make fun of you or that you're going to look bad. You got to ask the questions to learn. And that she's motivated to become part of the solution. I like that she would like to see, and that would be part of how she would come in, transparency and listening to the other side and being open about it. And that we always put, again, first and foremost, it's about the children, their education, them being in school. Those are the top two, and being safe. We have, and that we have to be more diverse. And those are my top three.
Thank you. John, I wanted to just check with you on protocol. We are at 10:31 and we typically have a board policy that we end at 10:30. So would it be appropriate to make a motion to extend the board meeting? Okay.
To take a vote.
I'll make the motion that we extend the board meeting. Do we need a particular time?
Maybe not past a certain time.
Not past 11:15.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I will call for a vote. Ms. Abel? Aye. Ms. Lundin? Mr. Favela?
Aye.
And I also say aye, so motion passes.
Okay. Angie, thank you for collecting the ranking sheets in the back from the candidates. And at this time, I'd like you to report out to the board the top 4 candidates based on the ranking sheets that you received. Thank you very much.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah.
Yeah, section here.
Can you repeat that, please?
Constance Fish, Jane Wasco, and Kathy Curry.
I don't think that's just as a point of order. Was that based on what we heard from the dais?
That was based on the ranking sheets 1 through 7 that the board members submitted.
Okay.
So we heard top 1 through 3, but the board members ranked their top 1 through 7, and that is what Angie calculated. So, and the reason that we did that was to see where is there commonality across the breadth of all of the candidates.
I have a question. Was that in some order? And if so,
So, Constance and Jean Pasco. Pasco. Five. Kristen. Leticia Maldonado. Jennifer. And Kathy Burley.
Thank you. I was. Further discussion.
Is there further discussion?
Let's see, how do we do this? We may need a motion, I think.
Okay. So is the board ready to entertain a motion to make a provisional appointment for trustee area 4?
You want to vote? I mean, a vote on whether we're.
This is to entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we are ready to make a provisional appointment for trustee area 4.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
I look at the list of our top 3s, and there's only one person who has 3 votes, or who's come on the list 3 times. I'm sorry, it's not 3 votes, but who appears on individual lists 3 times. The others, the most that they appear is twice. So I'm wondering if we might have a potential candidate that we could have a consensus around, and it's Constant Fish, who was Mrs. Sabal's choice, Mr. Favella's choice, and she was on my list as well.
Okay, would you like to make a motion that Constance Fish is appointed?
Madam President, I would like to make a motion that Constance Fish be appointed to the governing board representing area.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. I'll take a vote. Mr. Favela,
Aye. Oops.
did you want to have any more discussion on that?
Well, it looks like we have, I see that we have consensus here, and so yes.
Okay.
Ready to vote.
Okay, Mr. Favela,
Aye.
Ms. Lundin,
Aye.
Ms. Aye. And I also will vote aye. So the motion passes. Congratulations, Constance. I would like to sincerely thank everyone for their interest in serving on the board. Constance will take the oath of office and be sworn in at our next meeting on November 6th, 2023.
Thank you.
Don't have to call me Constance anymore. Only when I'm in trouble, I do.
Okay.
I make a motion that we join the meeting.
Oh, we have
Nope, we
some
have more.
items we need
Oh,
to, yes.
okay.
They'll be quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get that. I'm missing some pages, I think.
Resources, do you have them? Right here. So next, just say information.
Okay.
Oh, sorry,
So next is information, FUESD.
You know what? I'm sorry. Seth would like to take a quick photo of the board and the provisional trustee. Okay. So come on up. Let's take a quick photo. Huh? Yeah, at 10:30.
John, did anybody have any?
Let's go.
Yes. Was that you, Suzanne?
Yeah, that was me.
Oh,
I didn't see anything else.
Armando.
Okay, board members, if you could come on up.
Yeah, maybe.
Congratulations.
It's just hit.
It's only 200.
Oh, okay.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Armando. No problem.
I'm coming, I'm coming. Wait.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Can I reach across you and grab this? If I don't take something up.
Sorry, I thought you were all gonna come in
Oh, no.
with us.
Sunglasses, Susan? That doesn't
Okay,
help.
I got it. That's almost never.
Here you go.
I could feel it, it just hit, and I was like, oh, this isn't.
My daughter gets the same thing. It's
Does
just like
she?
all of a sudden, yeah.
Oh,
she can.
God.
Oh,
Yeah.
put it away.
I'm ready to go.
Not yet, not yet.
I
Okay, right here,
have to know.
information.
She's like.
All right.
Maya goes, what are you doing? I said,
We're gonna move on. So information, FUESD 2023-2024 initial proposal to Fallbrook Elementary Teachers Association. At this time, we are opening public hearing. Fallbrook Elementary Teachers Association initial proposal for negotiations to FUESD for comments. Do we have any speakers?
I don't see a list of speakers.
No. Okay. Now I'm closing the public hearing. Information, Williams complaint, first quarterly report. Action, resolution 08-23-24 Red Ribbon Week. It is recommended the governing board declare October 23rd, 2027, and October 27th, 2023 as Red Ribbon Week theme. Be kind to your mind, live drug-free. Do I have a motion?
I so moved.
Thank you, Ms. Lundin, a second?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Sabah. Any comments? Okay, I will call for the vote. Ms. Sebel?
Aye.
Ms. Lundin?
Aye.
Mr. Farbella?
Aye.
And I also call aye, so the motion passes. Number 3, action, resolution 09-2023-2024 California State Preschool Program. It is recommended the governing board approve 09-23-24 California State Program. Do I have a motion?
I so moved.
Thank you. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Favela. Any comments? Okay, I will call for a vote. Mr. Favela?
Aye.
Ms. Lundin?
Aye.
Ms. Sebel?
Aye.
And I also call aye, so motion passes. Consent agenda. It is recommended the governing board approve the consent agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion approved.
Thank you. Second,
I second.
Ms. Sebel, thank you. Any comments? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Ms. Sebel?
Aye.
Ms. Lundin?
Aye.
Mr. Favela?
Aye.
Also, and I also have aye, say aye, so motion passes. Okay, so this brings us to the meeting is adjourned at 10:42.
Good job, guys.